Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to another exciting episode of TopstepTV. Opening call here, and I'm Eddie Horn, your host, and congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout the week, we will be here as your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that lady at Costco that said, here, take another free sample. I won't tell anyone. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market trading knowledge with our good friends. We got lots of friends here today, but one of my best friends, John Hoagland. John Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Thank you very much for that. You are one of my best friends as well, and yes. I always love that lady at Costco that says, here, take another one.
Here, take another one. I won't say anything. To do that.
Yeah. You can go to Costco and have lunch, or dinner with all that stuff. So great stuff.
How was the weekend, my man?
It was okay. It was good. It was pretty low key, just taking care of a few things around here. As we know, I'm going to be out on this Friday and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So I will be thinking about all of you and hope that you are trading well during that time.
That's good. Don't forget about us, please.
Heck no, I would never. Well, but you got to take a break once in a while,
Yes, well deserved, and I'm the week after that. So we're taking a tag team. But anyway, let's get to the news here today. Futures had faltered, paring back some of the early gains after last-minute negotiations between lawmakers on Capitol Hill over the weekend led to a surprise. Yes, a surprise. Yes, they got it. They averted it, as we said they would. They usually do that, but we'll see what happens. Elsewhere, UAW workers and Mack Truck forged an agreement to avoid a strike while the World Bank's cut growth in China. Dow dipped 0.1%, S&P's unchanged, and the NASDAQ rose by 0.2%. So, Johnny, what do you got for us?
Well, as far as economic numbers that this morning and throughout the week, it's Monday again, October the 2nd. Always focusing on context here on the opening call. At 8:45 Central this morning, the global manufacturing PMI is due out. 9 o'clock construction spending and ISM manufacturing PMI. We've got a couple of talking Feds today. We've got Powell and Harker speaking at 10 o'clock Central today. 12:30, another talking Fed. Williams speaks today, but as far as the rest of the week is concerned, it's all about employment. You got the job opens labor turnover survey tomorrow. We've got ADP coming out on Wednesday, as well as PMI composite final factory orders, ISM service index, and of course the EIA petroleum status report. All of that on Wednesday. Thursday, international trade, jobless claims, and the EIA natural gas report. And then Friday, unemployment day, or as we used to say on the trading floor, unenjoyment day at 7:30 a.m. Central on Friday. So a lot of information based on employment this week. So looking forward to seeing how this week plays out. It's always a challenge, always interesting, usually fun, and we're going to see if we can make some money.
Right. By the way, we're going to be doing all our own stunts this week. So stick around. China, the World Bank has lowered its growth for next year, citing a series of soft data points. As a result, now it expects China's economic output to increase by 4.4% in 2024, down from the previous estimate of 4.8 expectations for growth this year. We're 5.
Hey, Eddie, I think we have the robot voice happening. So if you want to leave
and come back,
rendezvous and come back, I'll go to the charts. There's something nice to watch. You get to see behind the scenes here.
Yeah, there you go.
Placeholders.
Well, while Eddie is getting rolled back in here, we'll take a look at the VIX, which is higher this morning at 18.3. Dollar index up above 106, comfortably above 106 at 106.5. So we've got the dollar higher. We've got gold moving lower. We probably got a bunch of our currencies moving lower. And we're going to, I think, really just kind of jump into the charts here while Eddie's getting fixed up here. As usual on Mondays, I like to start a little bit further out. I've been starting on the monthly. We're just going to start with the weeklies today. So let's dive in. What do you think?
Yes, sir.
So when I look at this chart, I see prices in a kind of a limbo area. We've got an area of balance up here above the weekly kickoff high of 4,400, and we've got another area of balance down here, starting above the weekly kickoff high of 4,240. But the price again is kind of between two areas of balance. So what I'm looking for is if we can find some sort of meaningful participation back above 44, I see a rotation back to the recent highs up here around 4670, 4660 in that area. But if we start to kind of show meaningful participation back in this area of balance, if we take out last week's low, I think that's going to be a very important level. I mean, when we're looking at the December daily chart here, we've got the 100 session moving average kind of coming in right under that at on this daily chart. So last week's low is going to be somewhat pivotal. If we take out last week's low and we spend some time, see some volume down there, we might start to see another leg to the downside back into this area of balance, which goes back to basically this is the weekly chart. So this goes back to October of 22 all the way through March, April of 23, May of 23, before we kind of broke out above that longer time frame area. So I'm going to try and stay patient. I want to see the market pick one direction or the other. In the middle here, I'm going to be pretty cautious. I see our friend Eddie is back. You are with us. Good to see you. You are back. Yes, you are. You sounded good to me before. I'm hoping you are doing okay here. Well, I'm sure we'll see in the chat here. Let us know if Eddie's well, that's not going to help.
Kat said they say you're back but silent. Wait 1 second, Eddie. I got this.
Well, we got Eddie still working on things here. Well, let's take a look at the daily chart here. So, no sound. Jeez.
1 second.
Will says he sounds better. No sound. Uh-oh.
Eddie, you want to talk real quick?
Check.
All right. I think you're back.
Am I back?
I've been able to hear you the whole time, but
hello.
All right. So back to the charts. Gremlin Eddie, all good. Okay, now they can hear you.
My
awesome.
God, man.
On the daily, we've got our area of balance up here. We've got our area of balance down here. We're in the middle of it. So, again, I'm going to try and play the patient game and let this market come up with some sort of a decision. Is it going to come back in and re-accept that balance here, or is it going to reject and re-accept balance up here? On the 30-minute chart, however, we do have an interesting situation that is kind of playing out as we speak. We have the open interest. We added 15,000 contracts on Friday. The profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside. This is indicating potential new shorts in the marketplace. Now we also have what we call a bear flag. We have a move in the opposite direction. Volume and open interest. I mean, we lost open interest on Thursday. Friday, we added a bunch of open interest to the downside. Back to the daily chart. How has the volume been? We've also been kind of bringing in volume on an opposite move. So there's a lot of conflicting information. There's a lot of conflicting nuances, which also leads me to believe that importance is going to be is going to be somewhat patient. Now, here's that trend line on the bottom, and it's not a strong trend line. We've got 1, 2, maybe 3 points of contact, including last night, and we're breaking out to the downside. So what I don't want to do is I don't want to fight a market that may become directional. The breakout of this bear flag could indicate continuation to the downside. 42.40's weekly kickoff low, and remember, last week's low is an important kind of inflection level. If we are going to reject this level and stay in this kind of limbo area that we seem to be in, or are we going to accept price down below that and come back into the previous area of balance that we just discussed on the weekly and the daily chart? So, are we holding overnight inventory? We are. We are holding overnight inventory to the short side. Is there a possibility of opening with a gap? There is that possibility. We're right at the low from Friday. So I'll be watching to see if we open with a gap. If we can't close the gap, that might have me looking for the market to continue a move to the downside towards last week's low. If we do close the gap, then I'll monitor for acceptance inside the range from yesterday, which there's a very kind of a pronounced afternoon pullback. This bar right here took us back to 43.41. That's an afternoon pullback high. Buyers came in, but they acquiesced to sellers, and then the market closed. So we're opening below that. We're opening possibly with a gap below this trend line. There's good reason for just about anything you want to do here in the S&Ps. So we're going to try, I think, and stay patient. Now we're going to get a little bit different fast markets this morning, and hopefully we'll get some good trades in here. Let's move on to the NASDAQ now, which similar but different, right, Eddie? I mean, they're always a little similar, but always a little bit different. So here's the weekly. A little bit. Yeah. So we're still in the upper balance area here. We tested down below it, but rejected on Friday. There's a whole lot of space down below in the NASDAQ here before we get to this kind of a previous area of potential balance, if that's what you want to call it, from here to here. So I'll be watching our weekly kickoff low, which, by the way, in the NASDAQ, the weekly kickoff levels did not change from last week to this week. We're still in the same kind of market state where I think we've somewhat broken that market state a little bit, and we're in this kind of limbo area in the S&Ps. The NASDAQ has held up better, which it has been doing. So again, weekly kickoff levels remain the same from last week, 15,370 to 14,610. We looked at it last Wednesday. We rejected it. There's excess at the low here. We're also kind of putting up another bear flag, but we're increasing volume instead of decreasing volume, and we added another 2,200 in open interest on Friday, which on a down day would indicate possibly some new selling coming into the marketplace. Take a look at the 30 now. All right. So what do we have? We have a down day adding open interest on higher volume, but the ranges have been relatively small on a pullback. So this does kind of present itself as a potential bear flag. We tested right down to the trend line. Again, not a strong trend line. We just put in the third point of contact, which lines up perfectly with the 200 session moving average here on the 30-minute chart. So this is an important inflection level. We have overnight inventory to the short side. Are we going to open with a gap or are we not? Kind of an important low that we've got here in the overnight session. So we'll try and keep an eye on that during fast markets. And as far as the profile is concerned, it was another double distribution trend day to the downside, and our afternoon pullback high, the top of this bar right here, there it is 14,929, 14,929. That's where the market kind of gave up the possible kind of possible like rally towards the end of the day, and that's where the sellers kind of took over. You can kind of see it in the overnight session as well. Once we got down below this level, kind of became a little bit resistant down to that level. So we'd be watching again gaps and this trend line / this 200 session moving average here in the NASDAQ. Again, the profile double distribution trend day to the downside. Watch that afternoon pullback high. There is no late spike or anything to lean on in this market here so far year today. So what about crude oil?
Crude sort of, settlement looks like settlement's holding crude up pretty nicely, but we'll see that in a minute.
Yeah. So starting with the weekly. The weekly, we have a long time frame degree of excess that happened last week. On the weekly chart, that long shadow at the top there indicates a potential end of an upside auction and a potential opportunity for the market to either range or pull back a little bit. A couple of caveats to that, though. The daily chart here, let's take a look. Volume has really kind of cut off since we put in that high. So it seems like the move to the upside brought in volume. The pullback is cutting off volume. We also lost only 700 in open interest on Friday. So it's not like there's a whole bunch of new sellers coming in saying that the high is in. Weekly kickoff high this week, pretty tight to the upside because I think we're really close to pushing longer time frame traders into adjusting inventory. Our weekly kickoff low 88.20, in essence last week's low. I want to see this market hold last week's low if we're going to continue to move higher. Not that I really want more expensive gasoline, but as a trader, we're always looking for these things and looking for these opportunities. Market's opening really centrally located between weekly kickoff high and low and last week's high and low. There is an OPEC meeting, a ministerial meeting on Wednesday. We're not expecting to see any changes in production policy, but just the fact that specter is out there may keep some participants more to the flat or to the hedged side here in crude this week. So here's the daily. Take a look at the 30. All right. What did we do last night? We did nothing. No overnight inventory. The market has opened. It looks like the 7:30. For some reason, this includes the 7:30 bar. 8 o'clock. Don't see that there's any real opening range opportunities here. The market really just kind of stuck close to the bone right around settlement, looking for new information. This market is looking for new information. It's inside value. It was a kind of a trend day / normal variation day on Friday. The market just kind of collapsed and then flopped around here. It's still in that area of flopping around. So Friday's low, kind of an important inflection level. This pullback high up here, 91.78-ish, 91.80-ish. Also an important level. So really, I'm kind of focusing on our overnight low and our overnight high for any opportunities. The market's in value, very close to settlement. There's a very little change in the perception of value of a barrel of crude oil. So I'm going to stay patient, let the market establish a range and focus on those early ranges for my opportunities. And that does include, of course, the overnight. What we traded in the regular trading hour session. The overnight low is right here, 90.62. Our regular trading hour, 90.67. So within 5 ticks of that overnight low, buyers came back in. It kind of lines up nicely with value low from Friday, which we have right here at about 90.60. Be patient. And let's take a gander here at Eddie's. Gold, which is continuing.
Gold, falling hard.
Yes, It is. So the weekly, we had our coiling activity we were watching on the daily charts. We broke out the next, there's a lot of space down below. We discussed that. Weekly kickoff low lines up nicely with the 200 session moving average, which is more of a coincidence than a choice. Because we've got these swing lows down here. So this area looks like a very, very good visual target for price to continue to the downside. Now, looking at the daily chart, we were kind of noticing we do see volume increasing at lower pricing. The only part that was missing was a jump in open interest, which we got on Friday. We added 5,600 in open interest on the continuation move to the downside on a higher volume. The grade of this auction, I'm giving a B, because we finally bringing in some new sellers to this market. Last week's low, of course, is going to be somewhat pivotal for us. It's the volume that's trending higher. So you can see it was trending lower for most of the time while we were in this range. We broke out, and boy, we're seeing some good continuation. Although, again, with the open interest, the early days of last week, it wasn't impressing me. Now it's starting to impress me to the downside. But the technical breakout, we should have been looking for shorts until proven wrong. And this market is still one time framing lower on the daily time frame. That means every daily bar has a lower high and a lower low. Do not fight a directional market. And at the same time, when I say that, I have to say we've really been kind of driving to the downside. Opposite moves can be vicious and fast. Be aware of them. Make sure you protect yourself. It's difficult to try and sell a market that is already at a low price according to recent activity. So make sure you protect yourself. Don't sell new lows, sell pullbacks. And if you do sell a pullback and it keeps going, just protect yourself. You don't want to lose a lot on any of those trades. So here's the 30-minute. Now, there is tons of weak structure above this market. It's only going to matter when it matters. We've opened with a gap. We've got overnight inventory to the short side. What's the gap rule? If we can't close the gap relatively early, we'll look for opportunities for continuation in that direction. Last week's low, 1862.30, is going to be, of course, somewhat pivotal to that. We have a double distribution trend day. We have what I'm looking at is basically a late spike to the downside. The base of that late spike, 1868.30. We've got to get above 1868.30 to find some new acceptance of previous value, which is a very large value area from Friday with the double distribution trend day. We get into how I look at those as far as value area special situation trades at another time. We're getting a little bit long in the tooth here, but gap rules. Look for pullbacks to find opportunities to sell strength, and always, of course, we got to make sure that we are protecting ourselves against vicious opposite pullbacks. Always a possibility. Just make sure you are protected. So That's what we're looking at here this morning on a Monday. We'll see what happens here in fast market.
All right, John. We got about 5 minutes here before we do have that open, and to me, you and me, Johnny, we've got power players today. And we're going to be having Saul Shaul with us today. That's going to be at 11 o'clock. And we'll have top quiz with Bonnie. And, of course, group coaching with the Hoag. Have him with us here. But otherwise, let's take a few. Get yourself a new cup of coffee. Get yourself a nice hot tea. Juice box, bourbon on the rocks, whatever you're drinking on this fine Monday morning. We'll be right back. Give me a minute. Oh, Lord. So it's just, you're going to jump in, Jack, when you jump in. Okay. I'm still hot. Oh, we're still hot. Oh, my goodness. Put your clothes back on. just me? Thank you, Sarah. All right. Wow. We're getting the bonus broadcast, folks. What was that? Let's go. We got
Okay.
well, actually, we never left.
Let's do a little experiment now. You guys ready for this? Everyone out there, you ready to play a little game?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. So here's how this is going to work. I'm going to clear our audio right now, and Eddie, we're all going to talk, and hopefully it'll be silent. You ready?
Yes.
Check.
All right. We're good. We should be. Let's still not say anything too controversial when we're not on air.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Just like we always do.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Right. Now we're back on.
And it was just awful. Oh, just awful.
All right. We are on.
We're on, and we've got a minute here, so get your ponies in the gate, and we're going to get this going here.
Okay.
So-
Looks like we are avoiding opening with a gap in the S&Ps. What about the NASDAQ? Also avoiding opening with a gap. Overnight inventory maybe already starting to unravel.
Just like the broadcast.
Yeah. So we're going to be without the services of Michael Patak or anybody else today. So we're going to have a little fun today. We're going to maybe run this a little bit like those of you that remember Make Home Money. We may be asking for your input on any opportunities that we're thinking about taking.
We could do that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump in too to do a little bit of this.
Yeah. So then,
Buy. Don't buy.
so,
Yeah, people are asking whether Mick finally locked MP in a closet.
I know.
and we're off.
All right.
Silence is deafening.
Well, just kind of watching the opening ranges here in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. We did not open with a gap. We have a little bit of excess on this last 30-minute bar before the open, so that's going to put in our overnight low. If we have an opportunity down there, I'm going to take a look and see if we break out down below it and come back in. That might be an opportunity. We'll have to see how this plays out here. We've got almost a 5-point opening range here in the S&Ps. What about the NASDAQ? NASDAQ is holding the opening range. It was still inside of it. Opening range has now been established. So do we want to take the opening range trade? I'm going to put a poll out there, maybe a little bit late. OR trade?
Okay.
Hold
Folks in YouTube, we're going to see where John's going today here. First trade of the day. Putting it in there. Got it in?
Yeah, it just takes a second. There it is. Okay. So we took out the high of the opening range in both the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps.
You got an OR trade.
OR, opening range. It's kind of getting away from us a little bit here. We're about 50-50, so...
Time to pull out that coin, John.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, if it's 50-50, we don't do anything. We're looking for, more of a 60 or 70% yes or no.
Maybe I could pull out my executive maker. See what the executive maker says.
You're going to use your
Radio Shack executive maker.
There you go.
It comes to why not? There you go. Why not? I also got the Magic 8 Ball. You got your
You have one of those?
I got one of those. It's here somewhere.
They still make them? You still buy them?
Of course, yeah.
Manny Michael is he's out. He's going to be out today and tomorrow. He'll be back on Wednesday, and then on Friday and early next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'm going to be out. But I think Michael will have Andre to help him here with Eddie for fast markets. Going to take a little bit of time away for a little bit. Sirza up 350, locked, done for the day. Nice job.
Oh, I wanted to mention also, Evan. Evan passed the combine, so congratulations, Evan.
Nice job
From across the pond, I believe.
So we only got 128 votes, and it was really split. It was a little bit late to try and get into it, but so far, if we were to have taken the opening range trade, we would be probably sitting in profit now, but we're just going to have to see what happens here. If anybody else has any genius trade ideas, post them, give us a reason why, and we'll think about taking them. I was looking at that excess prior to the open, knowing that we have overnight inventory that's to the short side with no gap. Maybe you come back into value and flop around for a while here. A lot of unemployment numbers this week. There'll be a lot of folks kind of focusing, especially on that unemployment number on Friday.
Yeah, we got some numbers coming up here today. Keep an eye on those.
Yeah, the NASDAQ also held the opening range at the low of the session. But, typically, Eddie, and, I think most of you know that Mondays are typically not my best trading days, although that has improved this year. For some reason, I've been a little bit better on Monday mornings. I tend to just kind of get my feet on the ground and just kind of watch the markets early on Mondays. I know that there's a lot of traders, Eddie, you might be one of these that kind of prefers to wait until like the range for the first hour is established, that initial balance, before really getting in. I know we talked to Deanna last week, and she is a fan of just kind of being patient, waiting for the initial balance to establish itself before really looking for any bigger opportunities or any opportunities at all. So,
she mentioned, and I credit Dante with this one he gave me years ago, was let the dust settle, and she used that term too. There's a lot of noise. Even when we had that open outcry, John, it was just chaotic. But we get the same thing here. Everybody's at the gate, and when they hear that bell, it's everybody's. It's just a madhouse.
And they're off, right?
And they're off again. We've got two races racing at once. Look at all the horses. So yeah,
Yeah,
let the dust settle.
Dante's commenting now. He says, "No, it's no sense in going to a Monday guns blazing."
No.
So, 43.25 settlement. Pretty much our regular trading hour session high right now was last week's weekly kickoff low.
All right.
Just kind of watching here.
So, Hoag, as long as we're kind of sitting back a little bit on Monday, I've seen a lot of people asking if we can kind of explain some of these strategies that you're looking at. For instance, you're talking earlier about taking the opening range trade. Maybe you could quickly go over what is the opening range trade?
Yes, of course. So the opening range trade is I mean, there's a lot of traders, educators out there that look at the opening range in different ways. Like, to me, I've always looked at the opening range as the first minute of any given trading session. I know that there's traders out there that look at 30 seconds. There's traders that look at 15 minutes for an opening range. The longer the opening range is, I think the more it increases your risk. So what the opening range to me is again, that first minute of trade. And on this chart, this market profile chart, it's denoted by this gold line right here. This gold bar is the range for the first minute. So if we're going to be taking the opening range trade, we wait for the opening range, that first minute, to establish. Then we put a buy stop to buy a tick above and a sell stop to sell a tick below. Okay, so if we're expecting an opening range trade to play, that's going to be our risk. We're looking at about 6-7 points, because when I get filled on the stop here, I'm going to move my stop a little bit further away from the market on the downside. Sometimes the market will come and take out those stops and then continue. So here, the opening range is the low of the regular trading hour session. We know we've got overnight inventory that's to the short side. So that, I'm not looking at this as a major move off this opening range. It's more of a pullback towards settlement, towards adjusting the overnight inventory. And remember, this afternoon pullback high we talked about in the opening call is certainly a level that I'll be looking at. And I'm kind of sitting here also noticing that 43.25 was last week's weekly kickoff low. All right, so here's an opening range so far that has played out. Here's Friday's opening range. If we took the opening range on Friday, which we did, we took a pretty decent trade on it. But by the end of the day, when the opening range is the upper extreme of the session, look where the market did throughout the day. It offers a really good reward over risk if you can stay in the trade for long enough. Here's a couple of situations where the market took a look below and then rallied. The market took a look above and then broke. The market took a look above and then broke. The market loves to go find those stops. The next opening range trade that we see is back here. It's on the 21st of September. Opening range is the high of the session. We had a late spike coming into this. We opened below the late spike. The opening range was the high of the session, and the market finished with another late spike to the downside. So, it can be an indication. The reason I look at it and I still look at it and I still like it is right now, the fact that the opening range is the low of the session means that buyers are in control. Look at the positive delta we have here, 9,000 contracts positive delta. This is overnight shorts bailing out of those positions. Where do they bring price? Well, they can bring price all the way back to where the market opened last night, which is all the way up here, 43.48. The market drove, and then we saw the drive to the downside, accumulating the overnight inventory. And this afternoon pullback high is very interesting to me.
Hey, Johnny, just real quick here. 4 minutes, we've got our manufacturing PMI for September. Inside of 20 here, we'll also be having ISM manufacturing. And so heads up. If you didn't want to position check, double check, triple check, cover your butt.
Yeah, they're really not looking for any change here in this 845 PMI number. It was 48.9 last month. They're expecting 48.9 this time. Let's see how this plays out.
47.9 last month, but same thing.
That's the 9 o'clock ISM number.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
ISM, PMI. Yeah, we got PMI here in 4 minutes. All right, whatever. I mean, it's just something. Heads up.
We're getting a little bit thin here in the dome. It looks like in the S&Ps, we're getting down to 2 digits as far as the number of bids and offers. We have to see how this plays out. And a couple of Canadian traders here that were talking about the Canadian PMI came out about a half a point lower than the previous number.
Let's see what we get here in 3. Powell's going to be speaking today at 9 o'clock, so that's another thing we've got to sort of keep our ears open to.
You have them at 9 o'clock, Eddie?
Actually 10 o'clock. I'm thinking this is New York time.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you got Powell and another Fed member, Harker. Harker will be barking, if you'll pardon the name. Yep. All right, so a couple of minutes. We have this preliminary kind of PMI number. The real kind of more important ones are going to be the 9 o'clock ISM numbers, ISM PMIs.
All right. Okay.
Of course, anytime Chairman Powell is speaking, we know that's going to be impactful.
Well, somebody rolled him out of bed today early.
Yeah, I guess so, right?
It's usually like, hey, man, it's 1 o'clock for me.
Yeah, I'll talk at 2 o'clock New York time, but not earlier.
Pop-Tart and a cup of coffee, and Fed Chairman Powell's ready to go.
A Pop-Tart, huh?
Do you think like he ever, when's the last time he had a Pop-Tart? I don't know. I mean,
maybe he had like 12 at the Grateful Dead show.
Those weren't Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
You really think that was him at that show?
Him who? Oh, Powell?
At the Dead show?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know,
The guy that looked like him?
He's of that generation, right?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning, Rick. Rick's looking for the VWAP. VWAP is 4330, 4331. It's the yellow line right here, Rick.
Every time you say VWAP, it reminds me of the old Batman show when he'd hit somebody. Be like, Kazonk, Sapow,
Yeah.
VWAP.
Powell. Barkin.
Yeah.
That'd work too.
VWAP.
Yelling.
Yelling.
Boy, I wonder. All right. We're inside a few seconds here.
All right. What do we got?
What do we got? It's like opening Christmas presents here at TopstepTV.
But you know they're going to be shitty. Are you crazy?
Yes, we are.
I'm going to ask you.
There it is. 49.8. Actually,
Exactly
just
as expected.
Yeah, expected.
Yeah. So 49.8. It was 48.9 was what they were. I see. I'm a little bit dyslexic when it comes to the
we both
numbers,
are.
man. A little higher than expected. There you go.
Who's a little higher? Oh, the actual.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Let me ask you. Somebody mentioned, like waiting for Christmas. Do you, Eddie? Do you open like presents with your grandkids and everything on Christmas Day, or do you do it like Christmas Eve, or do you do one Christmas Eve and then the rest on Christmas Day?
We used to do it when I had my family before they all went to heaven. We'd do it Christmas Eve. We'd have the dinner and open presents. Santa would come. This way the parents could sleep in Christmas Day because they'd drinking up a storm. And, me as a kid, I'd be out of there. I'd be up at like 5 a.m. playing with my Johnny Lightning race set and my G.I. Joe. That's what we do. With the grandkids now, I don't know. I mean, it sort of differentiates whenever we have the time because, they've got their parents and, being a grandparent now, it's, you're putting you're not putting the back seat, you're putting the trunk. And when we get around to it, yeah, we'll give you a call there, Grandpa. Now that was a question that was sort of out of the blue.
So I see a lot of folks kind of talking about Tradeovate. That's a market data issue. If you email into support, they'll get that fixed up for you.
It sounds from people in the comments like it's not just Topstep people with Tradeovate that are having issues with Tradeovate this morning.
Got it.
Ronnie G says, Topstep, please cut ties. Cut the ties.
Uh-huh. Bob L says it's not working on his personal account either. So Tradeovate having issues today. Oh my goodness.
They gotta stop using all that Fisher Price equipment.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Fisher Price telephone.
The cow says, quack.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be system wide. A lot of folks are saying it's working fine for them.
There we go.
Well, we're hearing people talk about Quant Tower 2. I'm texting with Coach Robert right now to try and get him in today or tomorrow to do a demo on Quant Tower because I know he's sort of like the guru of that platform.
Sure.
What was that ES settlement price today? I think we had 43.25 half.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Eddie. I apologize.
Settlement? No. I'm sorry. They were asking about the what's the ES settlement price today?
Yeah, 43.25.50. 43.25.50 sat right on last week's weekly kickoff low.
That's what you see in yellow.
Right here.
Yellow's the settlement that we're using, the color yellow.
Right there. So coming off that high, still a lot of positive delta. Market attempting to kind of reject below this trend line, which is basically a bear flag if it proves to be so.
Yeah, big pullback here in the S&P. Look at that wick.
Yep. It's coming right back to the opening range. NASDAQ still pretty far away from it. Daryl, the weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate on Fridays where they're not meant to envelop a weekly range or any kind of daily range. They're just important levels where I believe longer time frame traders are likely to adjust inventories. So sometimes they're good targets, sometimes they're good areas for execution, but nothing works all the time, every time. Nothing ever works.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say crude, a little heavy right now, sitting on the 90.50. See how that sort of pairs out. I know we matched that on the overnight. That was our low of the overnight here, 90.50. So I'm keeping an eye open here in crude. And as far as gold goes right now, I don't know. I tell you, it's a mixed. I'm not really seeing any solid movement here, any directional solid movement. So my hands are off, man. I'm just like you, Johnny. John, I don't like trading on Mondays. And for those that trade like Sunday evening, does anybody trade Sunday evening? If you do, I mean, the opportunity's there. Is it a little tougher to pull out a winning trade, or? I've never traded on a Sunday night.
I always sit down and do a bunch of research after the markets have opened on Sunday nights, but I'm not I don't like trading overnight. Number one, I like sleep, but just you look at the lack of volume. The real participants aren't there. It's just guys like me, pea shooters, trying to pick each other's pockets. And I know we have a lot of traders here at Topstep that are really successful in the overnight sessions, and God bless them.
Yeah.
So back in the day when I used to have to be in there trading Sunday nights, I think what I would take away from that is it's not a good time to trade outrights. We had to be there because we were trading spreads. And there is some opportunity there in spreads for the same reason that you just discussed, John, that people are kind of just making small orders back and forth without the institutional money, so that some of the spreads can get out of whack and then revert. But if you're trading outrights, which you have to in the Topstep program, yeah, Sunday night, that's rough.
Yeah,
get some sleep.
Hey, we've got Mark O here. Mark O, any relation to Steve-O, has landed a 100K funded account on Friday.
Nice.
So congratulations, Mark O. Probably no relation to Steve-O. But I'm looking forward to the new chapter. We're looking forward to having you funded, my friend. Now that you've reached the promised land, take your time.
Yes. We always say, dance with the one you brung.
Yes.
Not time to change everything. It's time to stay consistent. Look for those profits. So yeah, we got that PMI number did something here to crude oil. It sounds like
we just had that right now and came out here at, let's see, got about 5 minutes here. We'll have construction spending. We'll have the ISM manufacturing PMI September.
So we just now took out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps. How many stops do you think were down there? All those people that were taking this opening range trade, it just took out those stops.
It got smoked.
Yep. Yeah, let's take a look here at the overnight low. That, I think, is interesting to me. So, Rick, you got your VWAP kind of touching the top of that bar right now, 43.28. It wasn't there when we were there, but pretty interesting opportunity if we return to that level. Took out the low of the opening range. Now it seems to be we still got a lot of positive delta, 7,400 in positive delta. Eddie, delta is the number of contracts that trade on the offer are positive. So if I take a market order and I buy 10, I'm adding positive 10 to delta. You subtract the number of contracts that trade on the bid, market order sells, and that's negative. And right now, I mean, we're holding 7,300 positive delta. That's 7,300 more contracts traded on the offer than on the bid. And seems to be kind of having trouble holding the opening range.
Just watching NASDAQ versus this ES. One's pulling back here slightly and one's sort of taking baby steps forward. See what really happens.
Really?
Well, that's what I'm seeing here. Yeah.
The NASDAQ has not taken out the low of the opening range. NASDAQ is still presenting as the stronger of the two markets. I mean, look at where the market went to prior to the open. Right. Went to our lower trend line here.
5 minutes remaining.
All right, got 5 minutes on these numbers. Eyes on the prize.
Trend surfer. You look back for the delta calculation. I look at regular trading hour delta only. It's not cumulative. It's just what's happening in the regular trading hour. Dax, we haven't taken a live trade here just yet. It's Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think Michael might have not taken a trade here today.
Oh, I think he would have found a way.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
You hear that, Mike? I was sticking up for you, and these two guys jumped. See that?
He's at a conference today, so I don't think he can hear right now.
He's a conference. Andrew says, Eddie, what's your style of trading? I'm sort of more of a scalper. I like those small profits. I like to build the confidence up. Yeah, patience is not my virtue. No.
But just to clarify, MP and Dan both today are at the Futures Industry Association conference in Chicago. So we'll have to see what they learned while they're there.
I wonder what they're having for breakfast there.
I have an old client of mine from the trading floor that ran the desk for Shy Corp, who is now
Shy Corp.
At the FIA. She's part of it. She's a vice president, I think, of marketing, of FIA. I told him to look her up and see if she pops up there. Elvis, could positive delta also be passive sellers hitting the offer? Well, you don't hit the offer. If you're a passive seller, you have an offer in the market, you have to wait for somebody to buy that from you. So positive delta is only buy market orders lifting the offer. Negative delta is sell market orders hitting the bid.
All right, inside a minute here, ISM manufacturing PMI for September, prior 47.6, the forecast 47.7, and watch it come out 47.8. That's my prediction.
Right. So if you are on Tradeovate, they're apparently having data feed issues. It should be a simple fix. Just email our support team, and they'll get it straightened out for you. It isn't happening system wide. Some people seem to be having issues with it, while others don't.
Right. So that's support@topstep.com.
Sure, absolutely. Largely delta congruent, smaller time framers moving the market, or are they? We're at 7,200 positive delta, and we're on the lows in the S&Ps. Is that a hint? Are there stronger offers just being placed? With positive delta, you would think the more aggressive traders would be pushing price higher, but they seem to be struggling to do so.
Someone asked about, are trading bots allowed to trade in the combine? Yes. I think that Robert actually is doing a seminar on his algo trading and kind of how to get into that.
Robots, huh?
Go, go, go. Yeah, Robert he's got a couple of automated systems that he's
and
money.
We've got coming out at, let's see here. My goodness, construction spending. We've got ISM manufacturing, 51.2. We had the PMI coming in at 49, so a little higher than expected. We also had the ISM manufacturing prices for September lower. They were looking at a 48.6, coming in at 43.8. So there it is, little Richard Petty.
So I'm no economist, so I don't know what all of this means. But if I had to put a finger on it, I think the market's going to like the drop in manufacturing prices for September.
Dropping. Yeah, it was a heavy drop, too. It wasn't 43.8. Let's take a look. Let's break that down.
Yeah, here it goes.
Yeah.
Right back to VWAP, Rick.
Lower than expected reading should be taken as a negative bearish for the U.S. dollar. Higher than expected reading should be taken positive bullish for the U.S. dollar. So there you go.
So let's take a look here at I wasn't sure if I could find it on here.
Hey, you know, I'd like to put a poll out there in the YouTube channel. Who's running the polls here?
I can put it in there. What is it, Eddie?
Could you get one? If when you got time, if you
I'm
would
ready.
if you'd like to join us for a segment on Topstep TV, I'd like to see who would and who wouldn't get a percentage. Now the thing is, we would bring you on just for a little bit. You wouldn't have to be doing the whole show, but we've got a lot of people here, a lot of traders that are very positive, very educated, and we want to share that. We want to sort of highlight our traders. We put a poll in there. Would you be willing to join us on Topstep TV? Yes or no? And we'll find out what that poll is. I'd love to have some of you traders on with us for a little bit. Pull you on, talk to you for a little bit, maybe even put a trade on with you.
Okay. We're not looking for specific names, just would you or wouldn't you like to join us?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll set up a form at some point. We can make this work. You know, with MP out, I would almost just bring someone in off the street today, but there are some login instructions, so it's best to have a little time. Yeah. I'll just walk out to Chicago Avenue, bring someone into the studio.
Give us some spare change, a donut, and some hot coffee. Come on in.
Well, I know that there are a few kind of frequent flyers for Make Hoag Money that would probably
That'd be great. That would be awesome.
Happy to join us, but we need a little bit more time to get that set up, you know?
I want to get that idea out there. Put that bug in their ear.
Is breakfast included?
Sure.
Yes.
Eddie will mail you an envelope of scrambled eggs anywhere.
And a Pop-Tart.
And a
And a
Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tart.
And
There you go.
mail you a Pop-Tart in the mail. I haven't had a Pop-Tart in a while, man. Pop-Tart's coming up here today. And no, it's we're not sponsored by Pop-Tarts. If you go to Costco, you can get like the 50 Pop-Tart box. It's outrageous. 50 Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, once in a while when our kids are going to be around, we'll get a couple of boxes of Pop-Tarts, but they're supposedly like really bad for you.
Yes, very much so. so is drinking rubbing alcohol.
Our good friend Andrew is about to finish a combine this week. He wants to do it live.
Really? Take your time. Take your time, please.
I admire the chutzpah there.
Right? That's confidence. Do you see what Daruma Trades put in there? Top Tart. We should have Top Tarts.
Easy.
All right. Are you seeing anything here, Hoag, or are we just kind of waiting around?
Still kind of waiting around. We're half an hour in, opening initial balance still hasn't been established yet. Got a lot of positive delta. Here's that number, 9,700. We're back at the highs. I don't want to fight this because I mean the shorter time frame have been relatively successful in bringing price higher. What I'm really looking for is I want to see up here. I want to see this afternoon pullback high. But I've got really poor trade location in the day time frame if I think it's going to go there. We were looking for a potential opportunity if we took out the overnight low and failed to maintain price below that. We didn't get that opportunity yet. Right at the 200 session moving average, holding above VWAP, at least for now. You know, I'm not a really big VWAP guy. I know a lot of folks really are, including my brother Rick Mortimer. Randolph, I mean.
So the idea
just a
behind oh, go ahead, Eddie.
No, real quick, just a little quick. We would appreciate it if you're going to say something or type something in YouTube, like directional, like buy here. You please put a reason behind it. Don't just type in buy here, sell here. I mean, we're all sharing ideas and we're all sharing strategies, but give us a good reason why. Jack, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to be explaining some of the strategy things. So the idea with a VWAP would be, or for those that adhere to it, is that the people making the institutional orders are graded based on how they get their orders done in relation to the volume weighted average price. So
Right.
The idea being that if we're above VWAP, the big money is going to want to sell into that. And if we're below it, people are going to want to buy with the hope that they will get a better price than what the volume weighted average was on the day. Whether that works in practice or you can trade off of it, it seems to work for some people. I know Hoag's not a huge fan, but we have it on the charts.
There it is. Whoop.
Yeah, that's it too. I mean, if you got a large package to
I do.
if you got a large package to execute for the trading day, if you can manage to get your average price below VWAP, that's a successful execution. Sellers, you want your average price to be above VWAP.
Oh, the comments, they make my morning.
It's my years at Second City. Hey, improv is in my blood. Gotta be quick. Sorry. Well, gold, now it's giving me some direction here. Crude, I'm not really sure on crude here, but yeah, moving lower here in the gold. It's good to see that the NASDAQ and the S&P are sort of teamed up again. We were worried about that before. And we do have, let's see here. Just a reminder, if I see some of you just logging in now, we've got Chairman Powell going to be speaking here at 10 o'clock Central, so within the hour. We'll see that. Also, FOMC member Harker. Hark, I heard the Herald Angels sing. So he's going to be singing here, top of the hour at 10 o'clock Central. Right now in Chicago, I've got 9:10. That is Central Time. Sound good? Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. I got to write everything down, Eddie.
I'm the same thing. I'm the same way. It's
I don't want to do anything just to do something.
Well, you shouldn't. We got to practice what we preach.
I think that's important. That I agree that it makes occasionally less than compelling YouTube content, but you don't take a trade every day or just because for the lulz.
Right.
You don't just eat that ghost pepper chip for the hell of it.
See it on. Look at it pulling off now. All those positive delta longs bailing out a little bit here. Don't forget that if you hit the lucky like button, you do get luck from that. So,
oh my goodness, I forgot
hit the lucky like button.
I need likes.
We've done a double blind study into this, and yes, people are 1% more lucky if they click the button, but that compounds over time.
Yes. All right. So here's our poll. We have. Where is it? There it is.
There it is.
So out of 250 votes, 65% would say yes, they would like to join us.
Cool. All right. And I could completely understand the 34% that said no. Sure, that's fine.
See, now there's confidence. Ghost says he doesn't need luck. He has skills.
So thank you for those 250 people that did vote. And good morning to the 821 people watching right now. Remember, if you got any questions, we tried to get to those here. Post them in the YouTube chat. We don't get to all of them, and I apologize profusely.
No, Manny, there's no futures pits remaining. Like there's a couple of options pits where they still trade in open outcry, but unfortunately, that's the end of the era. No more pit trading in futures.
JT says a BB King quote, if I didn't have bad luck, I would have no luck at all. How. Chairman Fowl is speaking top of the hour here. So you got about 45 minutes to get yourself situated. CU.
Not sure where he's speaking.
Let me see. Maybe I can make a call. Let me text him real quick.
Yeah.
Text him. I'll find out here. Yo, JJ. It's me, E. Yeah.
Well, we have a little help here from JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon. He says the U.S. economy is strong. That's the here and now. Healthy and the economy is still okay.
I got to have lunch with him. Not just me and him. I was invited to a bigger lunch.
Well, that was back when he was a runner.
When he's a runner. Kind of name is Jamie Diamond. Superhero? Now, when he was involved with First Chicago. Let's see here. Not really giving us much on where he is speaking.
I guess if it was someplace interesting, they would let us know. Like if Powell were speaking from inside an active volcano or something. But otherwise, I don't think it's going to change how the market reacts if he's in Denver or Nashville or any number of places.
Active volcano.
Jack, you funny man. Yes, I know. A lot of people here are wondering,
Less talk and more action.
Well, we're trying our best here. But crude new lows here. Yeah, crude taking a tank
Gold continuing to the downside. Crude continuing to the downside. It's the dollar. Still killing it, 106.7. Up about almost 0.5% today alone.
Well, we've got some information from our traders here. Due to participate in a roundtable discussion with workers, small business owners, and community leaders in York. Audience questions expected.
That's where the fun stuff happens, is when the questions come out.
Yeah. Chairman, excuse me, sir. Yes, do you eat Pop-Tarts? I want to know. Okay. All right, coming up this afternoon, I know we've got my good friend and your good friend, you might know him, Saul Shaul, going to be with us here for Power Players. And questions will be open. He's one of our coaches here, one of our outside coaches. Saul does his own thing. He's been on the trading floor for a very long time, floor trader. And we're going to have 11:45 top quiz today, folks, with Jack and Bonnie.
Mm-hmm.
And 12 o'clock, high noon, with Hoag.
Yeah.
Group coaching with the Hoag, man.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. He's going to tell you all three.
So I was going to focus today on adding emotion to your journal. I was working with a trading psychologist a number of years ago, and I'm not a psychologist, but I do like to share my experience with him. And he gave me an exercise that I really thought I didn't really want to do it, but once I did it, it started to kind of provide its benefits over time. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I do have a couple of emailed in questions. If you do have questions that you want to make sure they get addressed, make sure that you are emailing group coaching at topstep.com. Email in those questions, and those are the ones we're going to be taking first. So I look forward to seeing everybody there. There's on YouTube, there's a lot of people there, and there's a lot of questions that come up in the chat. And unfortunately, with the time that we have, sometimes one of them or two of them will get past me, or I won't see it, and I do apologize for that. But it's probably one of my favorite periods during the week is when we get to just kind of sit down, relax a little bit, and talk about trades. Man, shoulda, woulda, coulda. I was looking at this low down here as an opportunity for a long, and it would have certainly played out. We'll see if we get another chance down there. So I'm looking for, I'm looking for the market to kind of continue to rotate a little bit higher today. I want to see it get to that afternoon pullback high, which takes us basically to the 50 session and the 100 session moving averages on the 30-minute chart here. But I want to make sure I get good trade locations so I can limit risk. So I'm looking for something down around here for an opportunity, because then I can limit the risk, right?
Yes.
Here you go. Group coaching at topstep.com. There is the email address. So email in your questions. Nobody knows everything. I mean, I don't know everything. None of our coaches know everything. Nobody can possibly know everything.
My wife does.
Yeah. Mine too.
They know each other then secretly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isaac's profit target is where my entry is. Well, that's good, right?
Dr. Dax as well. Well,
A lot of folks are agreeing that their wives are very smart.
Smart, very smart traders there. Yes. Brilliant. Very smart. Makes a man go crazy.
My teenager, my 20-year-olds know everything, of course, and my dog. My dog is the center of the universe.
Eddie, you follow ICT. I love when he comes on to our broadcast here. But yeah, he has. I used to follow him, but until he had that restraining order, I got a little too close. But no, it's great to see ICT here. Join us every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Vision One, Eddie and Hoag. Do you guys recommend any trading books that you read? I don't know. This is the one I'm reading right now. Helps with my trading. There's mine. You've got Mind Over Markets, and I've got Joke One-Liners. Yes.
Mind Over Markets.
That's probably the book you want to read.
There's a lot of really good ones. I mean, anything by Mark Douglas. I've got Mental Game of Trading here by Jared Tendler. We've got tomorrow, the author of this book, the trading book, and Marie Band is going to be with us for
tomorrow
for Power Players.
Yes, oh, that's going to be great. I haven't talked to her probably in about I don't know, maybe 4 years or so.
I
mean, I'm excited. She's going to be with us here tomorrow. I miss her.
Best Leave the Wind is also another great book. I have that. I didn't buy that in book form. I bought that on Audible because I wanted to try it, and I'm not sure which I like better, Audible, like listening to books or reading them.
I don't know, Audible.
Yeah,
those are the ones I usually like when I'm laying in bed.
Yeah, so you can just listen to them, right?
Yeah.
We got a question from Will about he's wondering if you can comment on why we didn't consider a possible retracement of the overnight trading range in the NQ.
Why we didn't consider it?
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, I think in the opening call, when it came to the equities, I was one of the markets. I think it was the equities, but overnight low and overnight high were kind of targets where I was looking for an execution. So overnight low and overnight high in the NASDAQ has certainly sort of played out here. Let me look at my notes. Yeah, when we didn't open with a gap, I'm looking for one of my first things that I look for is overnight low and overnight high. We didn't get to the overnight low. We didn't get to the overnight high in either of them here just yet, but those are certainly considerations. You know, we opened in range in value with overnight inventory to the short side here in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is already kind of evened out the overnight inventory with this last push to the upside. So overnight high and low are really some of the only things that I'm kind of paying attention to as far as overnight information is concerned. Overnight low, we talked about that in the S&Ps. If we took it out and came back inside, we'd look for an opportunity to trade to the other extreme. Overnight high also. You know, the NASDAQ has been performing a lot better to the upside, but then again, the opening range is still the low of the regular trading hour session. Buyers have been in control of the NASDAQ since right off the open. S&P took out that low of the opening range. We did talk about the fact that if we were to take it, we'd want to move our stop a couple points to the other side of the opening range because it comes in and takes out those stops, and then the move continues to the upside. It happens a lot. So, I mean, overnight low and overnight high are obvious levels for the market to test to and to find opportunities from. So, I think we did kind of talk about, I think it was in the S&Ps or in crude oil, just to focus on the overnight high and low for opportunities.
Hey, John, Amanda's got a question here.
Sure.
When you have a second, can you show me how to get your delta up, your Tiki delta? For some reason, mine didn't show up today, and I can't find it to put it back on my charts.
Amanda, go on just put the chart up and then hit F5 on your computer, and that might it should reboot the platform, and your Tiki delta should show up. Let me know if that works. I didn't get into this platform today, so let me see if I can get in here, and we'll take a look.
Oh, Edward Wazak is giving us a little info. Look, it looks like the Bulls don't want to give up till they hit the downtrend line around 43.50, and Jay Powell might help them get there. See, that's what we need. If you got an area that you want to talk about or you want to share, give us a reason why. And crude falling out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. It is falling. Right now, crude sitting around what do we got here? I thought it would hold. I'm glad I'm not trading crude because I thought it would hold around that settlement line, but it has gone far worse. Let's see what
that overnight low right here. Once that was broken, and we've kind of accepted down below it, the move is to the downside.
Yeah,
right about there. So we'll see if we can get the weekly kickoff low and see if there's any opportunities down there. There's a lot of space in the 30-minute chart down to there. All right, here we go. So let's back to the equities. Well, just not a very tradeful morning so far this morning, but it's a long week. We'll be finding some things here.
Augusto 77 has a question. Given the fact that many players in the market will place big orders to move the price and cancel before they get filled, how much can we rely on that date at the end? Well, you really can't. I mean, that's you see something that looks sort of a little obnoxious. You've got to put a question mark behind it, and see if that does get pulled. But don't kid yourself. Retail does put out big size if you got the dome. If you got that depth of market, you're going to sometimes see big size sitting either up above or below the price being traded on. Not to say it's always good, but we do see a lot of it that does get traded. I like the dome.
Just want to check with Amanda. Did that work for you, Amanda? Did you hit F5? I call it F-bombing the platform.
She hit F5 and just launched the space shuttle.
Yes, right.
Hey, nobody's in it. Oh, my God. My God, man.
So did you look under the indicators? Is it showing up under Tiki Tools?
Crude. Nice call. Gulem Nasser. Crude is nearing its 4H support where it pushed up 3 times and had good moves. That's what it looks like it might be doing right now. Good job. Richard Lazaro. I'll notice today's high in NAS futures is the downtrend line from Friday's high, equaling resistance.
I'm having trouble getting Trade of 8 up here, so I'm going to take a look at it if it pops up.
All right, inside of 30 minutes here, we'll see what Powell's got to say. Remember, top of the hour, J.J. Powell will be speaking, and also Fed Harker.
Joe D. Looking like there's more liquidity lower here than there is higher, isn't it? You said that big book map level traded at 15.
Dan Trader, Fed's Bowman will likely be appropriate to raise rates further and hold them at restrictive levels for some time. Bowman just sort of, you see, he was there to speak. We'll find out.
Took out that liquidity at 15 and popped. Again at 14 quarter.
Well, I just wanted to, since I had that robot voice this morning, congratulations, Europe winning back the Ryder Cup Sunday for you golfers out there. Just like it was always before with Rory McIlroy leading the way and Tommy Fleetwood, a.k.a. Mac, delivering the decisive point to extend his dominance over the Americans on home soil. Okay. I tell you, I didn't care for who won. It's just really neat watching these guys play and having fun too, you know.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Sad news here over the weekend here for our friends in Beantown. Red Sox knuckleballer Tim Wakefield has passed at 57. Gosh, I thought he was just playing a few years ago. Timmy Wakefield, knuckleball. Manny 03 says, Ho, curious on this one. Do you guys have candlestick chart displays in the pit or only the price ticks?
Well, I always had a piece of paper in my hand with the profiles that I would populate with a pencil. But as far as like candlestick charts like we see in front of us every day, they had big TVs in certain spots around the floor and around the pit where they would kind of scroll like a 5-minute, and then there would be a 30-minute, and then there would be a daily, and then a 4-hour, and then back to a 5-minute to a 30. They would scroll different time frames of those charts so that you could see them from inside the trading pit. It's a good question, but as far as the profiles were concerned, we'd print one out of the CQG machine. Mm-hmm. And then fold it up and then stand there in the pit and fill in the TPOs as things were changing. And it was a kind of an archaic way to do things, but I think doing it that way, I think it made me a lot closer to the price action and what I was looking at actually in the profiles.
You taught me how to use that machine.
The CQG, yeah.
Market profile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the like CQG. Those machines were like the best back in the day. It wasn't a trading platform; it was just a charting platform. But back in the Stone Age, that was some of the best charting you could get.
Stone Age.
Yes.
Mr. Slate. He was my boss.
Mr. Slate?
Yeah. Stone Age.
So I'm kind of tempted here. Been tempted a couple of times to kind of look into a long here, just because we're getting close to the low end of the regular trading hour session range. The initial balance has been established. It's a 19.5 point initial balance. It's probably not going to remain.
Nick said, NICSED, Hoag, don't you think those long shadows in the 30-minute candles are a sign of weakness and opportunity to shift to the short side?
Very well might be. That's why one of the reasons I haven't pulled the trigger on this yet. I'm looking for the market to give me an opportunity to look below the overnight low and to see what happens down there. If there's some stiff rejection, then I think it might be an opportunity for a long. But if we take that out and we stay below that, look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ traded almost all the way to the high of the overnight. S&P is no. So I feel you. There's not a lot of confidence in either direction right now in the S&Ps. We've got spinning tops here. We've got long shadows, short little candle bodies here. If it's cheap enough, then I might just take it just because it's cheap. Some of the best trades I've ever taken were almost solely taken because they were cheap. We do have, greater excess on the high in the day session than we do in the low. On the low, point of controls remaining relatively central as far as the range is concerned. So we're not really seeing point of control migrate at this point. Likely to, and again, with the narrow opening range that we have, it's not going to take a lot of energy to extend or have some sort of range extension outside of the opening of the initial balance. Again, the initial balance is the first hour of the session. It's the first hour of trade. So
Joe Checkengal is saying settlement is a good level to go short. Why? Why is that a good level to go short?
What's that? I'm sorry.
No, we had somebody saying that settlement is a good level to go short. Joe Checkengal.
Sometimes.
But why? Why? That's what I'm asking.
Well,
why.
It's all about context, right, Eddie? So, we had overnight inventory to the short side. We've come basically back to and through settlement, but we haven't really seen acceptance above it. I look at settlement as more of a potential target than an entry level, but it doesn't mean that it's not a decent entry level in the right situation, in the right context.
And also, Hoag, we had someone asking about, you referred to something as cheap. And I think when you call something cheap, you're referring more to there's minimal risk involved, as
yes.
You don't have to risk a lot.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Once again, John, if you got questions for John Group Coaching, it's groupcoaching@topstep.com. Hopefully that answers your question, PBJ. Group Coaching topstep.com. And remember, those questions are going to be the first ones answered. So if you've got something in detail that you need and want to get answered, make sure that you use that email address.
Look forward to seeing anybody and everybody there, and hopefully we'll be able to answer your questions. Nobody knows everything. I certainly don't.
There you go. Thanks, Jack. I think, was that you posting that, Jack?
Thanks, Jack.
Good
I'll
coach.
take the credit. It was not me. Someone asked if I'm a trader. So, yeah, I mean, for 7 years, I traded professionally at 2 large proprietary trading shops in Chicago. The type of trading that I was doing then is very different. I'm learning a lot about trading outright futures like Hoag and MP and Eddie have been doing right now. I was trading more by tinkering with pieces of proprietary software to try and gain an edge in the treasury bond market. And I'd be happy to talk about that sometime in detail if you're interested, but it's kind of a view. You guys have talked about market making before. It's kind of what market making looks like in the last decade, 15 years, and it's very different.
If you need to email support, it's support@topstep.com.
Oh, somebody said Breakwater. I traded with a couple of Breakwater alums. I was at Chopper Trading and DRW.
Oop. Okay, so we just took out our regular trading hour low. We just extended below the initial balance, which we were kind of expecting because it's so narrow. It doesn't take a lot of energy to do so. So it looks like we may be getting our opportunity to see a test of the overnight low, which is kind of what I've been looking for here early in the week, early in the session, just keeping an eye on what happens down there. We got another point before we take out that low. We get 10 o'clock, Powell and Harker speaking. So let's see, we're seeing Joe D seeing some liquidity down here. I mean, 43.10, we got 233. 43.04, there was a couple hundred down there. Oh, come on. Let's give me that chance just to see what happens below the overnight low. John, the gold is I wouldn't be buying it right now. We see that the volume has been increasing day over day at lower pricing. We added a bunch of open interest. Friday on a down day. The auction to the downside in gold is performing pretty well. Let's take a look at it. I appreciate a lot of folks are kind of enjoying looking at the E-mini S&Ps for a while here today. We'll be here tomorrow too, with kind of focusing more on the S&Ps. A lot of folks trade that NASDAQ. Michael likes to trade the NASDAQ, so we keep a lot of the focus on that. But I'm an S&P guy, so wait a minute. Here we go. Here's gold. Yeah, I mean, look at this. We broke out technical level, continuation of the downside, volume increasing. Now we have open interest increasing as well. I don't want to buy this. Don't fight it. If it's too cheap for you to sell, then wait for another opportunity in the longer time frame. You know, are we seeing any good opportunity here? I mean, the market opened with a gap, couldn't close the gap, has us looking for opportunities to sell strength. We didn't really get a lot of opportunity to sell strength. a little bit of a low volume node here that might have been a good opportunity for us to get into this bar on the downside. But you don't want to fight this. You're not going to pick the bottom. Don't even think about it. Don't even try. And if you do, it's more luck than anything else. Dang it. So we got a failed auction below the initial balance here in the S&Ps. We couldn't take out the overnight low, at least this trip. Going to try and stay patient again. There's a lot of question in this market. And, even Jim Dalton said, he sent out an email on Sundays, and he talks about the bigger context of the markets. And he was talking about the fact that the S&Ps are really in a kind of a limbo area. Okay. We're kind of holding below a previous area of balance. We're holding above a previous area of balance. His suggestion, as usually ours is too, is just to stay patient, look for some sort of opportunities as the days go on, look for opportunities at the extremes, and be patient. I'm feeling bad that we're not doing a whole bunch of stuff and being exciting as far as trading is concerned. But if this were just me, just sitting here, I would probably have been doing exactly what I'm doing right now, just waiting patient, looking for a three-eyed wildebeest to limp by before jumping out of the bushes to go get it. You're just waiting for the right opportunities, and again, this whole idea of trading in front of God and everybody is new to me, and I know that that's going to probably change somewhat of my my thought processes, my decision making processes. So I'm getting my head wrapped around that, but trying not to feel bad for kind of being chill here and staying patient and again, it's not all that exciting, and I'm sorry about that, but I just feel like I'm today maybe just feeling a lot closer to what I would normally be doing on a day like today. And I'm okay with missing trades, and I'm okay with taking losses. I'm okay with taking good profits as well. So, one of the hypotheses that I put forth today was, let's take a look at that overnight low, and hopefully the market will give us an opportunity to see what's below it. And if there's nothing below it, then we're going to look for a long, and we're going to possibly see a larger overnight inventory adjustment, which we've already seen in the NASDAQ. What's the NASDAQ? Where is my NASDAQ? So the opening range is still the dead ass low. NASDAQ is performing much better than the S&Ps. S&P is going to follow it up. We've evened out all that. Oh no, here it is. We've got 5,400 positive delta in the S&Ps, and we just put in a new low. Are there longer time frame sellers here? That divergence is something that tells me there may be a longer time frame presence, placing offers and just replenishing them. And our good friend Joe Drinnen, he's big into Bookmap, and I know that there was a question about Bookmap earlier, and I do like Bookmap. It's like everything. It's all in our ability to use that in the context of the current marketplace. And Joe was probably, maybe noticing some of the delta that we're currently seeing it's buy delta. It's aggressive buying delta, but the market isn't really moving in that direction, at least not in the S&Ps. Delta in the NASDAQ is even. So we're not probably seeing any larger players. We have an overnight inventory adjustment that took us to the 200 session moving average. that somebody did point out in the chat, well, with that positive delta, it's probably shorter time frame buyers, right? And I would agree with that, because the shorter time frame pea shooters like me, like you, and like most of the the short time frame day trader, retail traders, you're not placing bids and offers that often to try and get in. We're using market orders. We are fast and nimble and aggressive, much more so than the longer time frame. The longer time frame is very patient, calculating, and sneaky. So, I'm not going to feel bad because we haven't done anything yet here today. I'm looking for the right opportunity. One of my hypotheses was don't do anything. That's the one that's so far prevalent. The other one is if we look below the opening, the overnight low, and we turn around, that's going to help me limit risk. It was pointed out we've got lots of shadows here. We've got spinning tops. There's very little confidence. There's very little direction in these 30-minute bars. I mean, what are we doing? We're looking for, we called it looking for love in all the wrong places. But we're looking for trades, I think, in all the wrong places if we're really aggressive today. Now, this is just me, and this is in my time frame and the things that I'm looking at. There are probably traders at Topstep that have been cutting it up today, and that's wonderful. We're always happy to hear that, but it's not my wheelhouse to be very aggressive, especially in a day like today when we're not seeing any decision making really going on in the S&Ps. Nasdaq's a little bit different. I mean, you take a look. Here's our overnight low. Here's the opening range. That's the low of the session. And we've already kind of tested almost to the overnight high. The NASDAQ is performing much better. Opening range. It's not really showing the right spot here. Let's take a look on the 5-minute. There it is. There's the opening range.
If you want to contact support, this is the link that you need to use. We apologize. I think we're putting the wrong link in there. There it is. That link straight from our support manager.
Oh, there you go. Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Joe D. So we were talking about Joe D. Joe Drennan uses Bookmap, so he sees liquidity on both sides of the market using the Bookmap tool. So he's seeing it liquidity above and below in close range, which usually as he pointed out here, lights up the algos. So the algos are just picking people's pockets while we're in here. So perhaps it's a good idea that we are being really patient here in the S&Ps. Go back to the SPOOs now.
Real quick here, we've got coming up here in 5 minutes.
5 minutes remaining.
Like the guy just said. We got Jay Powell going to be speaking. And we do have, what else we got here? We've got some other goodies. Sarah Harker's going to be speaking. Bank of England MPC member man will be spanking. He's going to be spanking somebody. It's just going to be audio, though. It's just going to. But yeah, we've got our guys here, FOMC Fed, in about 4 minutes.
Right.
Oh.
Well, here we sit, brokenhearted, came to trade and only charted.
I know another one. but I'll keep it to myself.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we've got the talking feds talking in a few minutes. All right. So,
Mr. Powell? Is that you, Mr. Powell?
somebody suggested I trademark that. Came to trade and only charted, and put it on T-shirts.
3 minutes here.
There we go. Oh my goodness. So I'm excited to listen to you and Saul Shaul.
Yeah, our buddy Saul. He's been. We did him on. We did a podcast with him many moons ago.
Mm-hmm.
We had one of his team members, Don, come in, and when we had Coach's Hour, we're having him today, and we'll be talking about his strategies, what he has to offer. We'll be talking about how he got in the business and lots of other good things. So, Saul Shaul, cool dude, man, very cool.
And then I'm excited for all these power players segments, and I'm looking forward to having a nice conversation with Anne Marie Band, again, the author of the trading book. It's a good book, and she's a wonderful person. She's always trying to find ways to help others, and
Oh, she's awesome. Yeah.
Just looking forward.
Very, very smart lady.
Yes.
And I tell you, when I first contacted her to come on the Squawk Radio,
Mm-hmm.
there wasn't a second guess. She's like, I would love to. And I'm like, oh boy. And this is when Squawk was just starting. So, and she's been with us ever since. And this is going to be a good treat for everybody. I'm going to tell you right now. Do not miss tomorrow with Anne Marie Band. Good stuff. So we got Inside a Minute here, and we'll see if anything sort of hits the wire here. I don't really have the wire. Okay.
We have, we did not have So Crude with Dan. Dan's out today. We got Michael out today. We got our good friend Chairman Powell going to speak here very shortly again. And then we're going to maybe get Jack up here to do a little talking shop, and we should have the shoulder tap with Mick today.
Yeah.
So we're doing all right here with a skeleton crew.
These are the fattest skeletons I've ever seen. It's a skeleton crew. Well, I'll speak for myself. That's a fat-ass skeleton. All right, let's see here. Really no comments coming out here. I'm sure that our traders will have all the comments that they will be sharing.
Yeah, you can watch it pretty much in almost real time here in Financial Juice. Bowman expect progress on inflation to be slow given the current level of monetary policy restraint. That was at 9:30 this morning. OPEC,
Yeah.
little change to output in September. So see what the good chairman has to say. We kind of keep an eye on it. As you keeping an eye on it, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm sort of going back and forth here, seeing what I can pull up here for both of these guys, even what Harker's saying here. Mr. Paul.
No, Andre is out today and tomorrow as well. So we are maybe going to bring Jack up here in a little bit. I know about a half an hour, Eddie, you're probably going to peel off and prepare for your interview with Saul, correct?
Right, yeah. Saul's got a bottle of tequila. We're going to try to get down real quick
There
before
you go.
the interview.
That should be a good interview with that bottle of tequila.
Monday morning.
It's funny. We made steak tacos last night. My wife comes out of the family room with a bottle of tequila and some margarita mix. I'm like, oh, well, it's Sunday. So, a little Sunday fun day, I guess.
Yeah, don't worry. The good Lord drank tequila. I know that. He changed water into wine, and when they got sick of wine, he said, water into tequila. Says in the Bible, right?
Yeah, so, the original altar wine was actually tequila.
It was tequila. Paco the Apostle that they never talk about. He initiated it. Yeah, I don't know if anybody can get anything else that Paul is saying here, I would appreciate it.
Apparently, it's a kind of a round table. It's probably just going to be like top level stuff. Probably nothing all that impactful. I think for what they're talking about.
Get us all worked up and
nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. All right. I think that's going to be it for the U.S. numbers. Yeah.
Well, we still didn't get my look below the overnight session. That maybe should have been a sign for us, because we'd be sitting at 10 points of profit right now, but it's okay. I'm okay. I missed a trade. That's all right. It didn't give me what I was looking for. So here we sit. I don't think we had to be that worried about a position, unless, of course, something happens here. We're not seeing anything that they're saying. There's no release of a speech or anything. So,
yeah, Shaw says it's round table. Yeah. Okay.
Well, my idea was right, but I didn't get to my spot.
Brooksy, I'm not sure where the best place to watch the speech is.
I don't think that it's necessarily broadcast, because usually you can watch it on Financial Juice.
And
but
Juice is pretty dry right now, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's there's not a lot going on there, so I'm not sure that this is something that's like public, that's being broadcast, because I'm not even seeing any like tidbits of news about it, around it, in it, anything. So not a lot happening there.
JT says I'm up 300. I'll take it on the day like today. I would. I mean, until you see something, an opportunity that is kicking you in the junk.
Now he's up 480.
Is he? Are you now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, Finn says it's not even on CNBC, so there's not a lot of information we're going to glean out of this, but you do have to be careful.
Yeah.
Well, you guys want to talk some shop?
Sure.
Yeah,
Come on in.
we'll get the juices flowing. I'm going to try this right now. Give us a few seconds.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
It's difficult for me to pull the usual Andre thing of coming in and being like, "What's going on, boys? What's cooking?" Because I've seen all of it. Slow day today.
Yeah, so far. Yeah, we, been very patient. I'm proud of that, but it's not very exciting TV.
No, it's not. So I wanted to bring in a news story that caught my attention that's vaguely business. According to a new study, workers are the unhappiest they've been in 3 years. And because it's CNBC, they said, and it can cost the global economy $8.8 trillion.
Oh, my goodness.
So I was wondering with you guys, so according to this survey, workers are less happy than they were even at the depths of the pandemic. I was wondering what you guys think about that.
Do you think it's, a lot of companies that were working remote are now calling their employees back to the office. You think that may have something to do with it?
I think that's probably part of it. I mean,
Yeah.
Powell's talking right now at a workers' roundtable. Maybe he'll be able to tell us by the end of it. But are you guys happy
here's
with your
one
job
thing.
right now?
The workers, the auto workers on strike. One of the consensus is they want the 4-day work week. That was part of some of the things they put on the table, and I could see. I mean, building cars and stuff. What those people do. I mean, some of that stuff is like hard work. I could see that. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot. I enjoy working at home. It saves me with transportation, the price of gas, price of catching the train. And Johnny, you caught the train too every day.
Yeah. For 35 years.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I loved. I mean, it was enjoyable, but it really took a deep carving out of my pocket. I mean, it wasn't cheap, And then eating downtown, that's like $10 to $15 for like a sandwich, And come on, brown bag it. Come on, it's boring. You want to eat downtown.
Yeah, I was in the office last week for 2 days, and I got to the Qdoba next to the Board of Trade for the first time since 2016, something like that. And yeah, that was an expensive burrito. I think it's also maybe if we want to get philosophical for a second, I wonder if a lot of the management wants people coming back in. A lot of people like us want to be at home if possible. But I wonder if in general, jobs are getting sort of more miserable because of the advances in AI and stuff like that, where there's a lot of just kind of rote things that go on as far as jobs. I'm no Luddite. I like technology. But when I look at, if you see what kind of jobs are out there these days, a lot of the sort of white collar jobs seem a little bit dreary. Or maybe they always were, or maybe I'm just getting older.
Well, I, for one, am grateful and loving of my job. I love what I do. I love the markets. I love all of you. This is, I don't care where I do it as long as I get to do it.
That's good. Well, since you love the trading so much, I was wondering, John, so if you had to buy or sell something right here in this ES or had some levels to look at, make me a market right now.
Well, still kind of seeing that we've extended the range below the initial balance. I think there may still be more down there. So I'm trying to, I was actually looking for longs, but I'm trying to stay patient. So if I had to do something right now, I would probably buy it. You're going to sell it to me, aren't you?
I would, to get something. I'm on the content end, not trading, so I would love to see something move.
No risk there.
Yeah, exactly. Like we were saying in someone in the comments talking about do what you love. I wonder what % of people out there, and you can say it in the chat, what % of people actually do a job that they love? I bet maybe that's where this comes from. Not to be all depressing on Monday morning.
See.
Well, they do say if you do love your job, it's not a
I'm
job.
not working.
Yeah.
No, my wife works at a high school. She works in the health office. She's the health office administrator. It's her second job. Her first career was as a municipal bond underwriter.
That's a transition.
That's a big transition, right? And while she was making really good money doing that, she's making nowhere near that working at a high school. She does have a pension, which is nice, but I think she's actually happier where she is now than being a municipal bond underwriter. She was very good at it. I mean, after our daughter was born, she wasn't going to go back to work. And, this guy at this company had worked with Donna and needed somebody. So they gave her the world to come back to work after our daughter was born, and it was commuting and it was, the time away from the daughter and then eventually, the son as well. But I think, her overall job satisfaction is greater where she is now, making less than when she was working downtown, making a shitload more. And doing what it was she was doing. And again, she was very good at it. She just was very good with numbers, and I think she knows like my credit card numbers and my driver's license numbers by hand, by memory, and I still don't know them. So, but I think she's working with high school kids, which has challenges all its own, but she feels like she's, I think making a difference for them, and they all love her.
Yeah. I think doing what you love is tough. A lot of people here are trying to get into full-time trading. And I guess as long as we're talking shop and we were kind of discussing it earlier, I can kind of share a little bit of my experience with that, where I found trading full-time professionally to be incredibly tasking and kind of took away a lot of the things that I like about trading or the ideas of it, because in what we were trading, the markets were open 22 and a half hours a day, right? And unlike if you're doing it as a hobby or side thing or something you're very good at, but choose your own hours, it was you kind of had to be on call during that time, especially if you had a position on. And the biggest kick in the junk, as we say around here, would be that you could, towards the end of when I stopped trading professionally, it would be like you would bust your ass for a month, just work crazy hours. And at the end of that month, you would have been in a better spot financially if you had flown to Tahiti and spent a month there and not traded.
Right.
And that's something that I found particularly taxing, the idea that the work was not so much aligned often with the results. A lot of results in that industry came just because you were in the right place at the right time, or there were good years or good trades, or you had an edge. And that's kind of why I got out of that as well. And now I like trading a little bit here and there and stuff, but it feels much more fulfilling that way.
Yeah.
JD just chimed in. He said he worked at a bakery. He was a loafer. I used to be a pilot on a manure farm. I'd pilot over there, and I'd pilot over there, and I'd pilot over there.
I was a baker once, but I got tired of the dough and decided to loaf.
Did you?
Are you reading Eddie's book right now, Hoag? I'm gonna hit you with the
I
mute
worked at
button.
Kraft. I'll stop right there.
No, that's, Jack, but your point is you can work really hard at this and earn nothing. Right? You're going to lose money. You're going to lose money working really hard at this. And that is, of course, extremely detrimental to your mental capital, not to mention your real capital. That's why, I always remind people, do something really kind to yourself. Do something nice for yourself. Whatever your P&L was for the day or the week or the month, you got to try and stay healthy mentally, right?
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that weren't, as I'm sure you know in the industry. There's people that kept their head together, but at a much higher rate than other jobs, there are people that completely lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Got in trouble with their health or the law.
Yeah.
Those are things to keep on your side, people.
Addiction, that was a big thing,
That was a big one.
Remember, you could be standing in the pit next to a guy who barely graduated from high school, who is a better trader than the doctor or the lawyer that's standing on the other side of you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It really there was a
lot of street smart that was included that was needed.
Yeah, there was no education that was going to prepare you for this.
Yeah, you exactly nailed it, John.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can nail this NASDAQ on the run a little bit here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I said I was going to buy it from Jack, I'm in the money right now, Jack.
Oh, that's good. What was the price again? I forgot to write this down.
I think it was right about the point of control. It was 43.21, let's call it.
Well, good on you, Hoag. Well, I will let you guys, sorry to come in and bring the mood down this morning.
Not at all.
But if you guys are taking a look at the NASDAQ or staying here on the ES, I'll be in the background trying to get a mix set up so we can have him in at about 10:30. Then
awesome.
Eddie's got his interview. All right,
11 o'clock, Saul Shaul, and then group coaching at 12 o'clock.
All right. If you need anything, I will still be here, just not on screen.
Thanks, Jack.
Awesome, Jack. Thank you. They're all prayers and love, a caretaker and a landscaper. Love to trade full time. Just keep working towards it. What was it? Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
You don't take.
I always used to tell my dad that when we were playing golf. You 100% of the putts that you leave short will not fall. So I was always going back and forth over the green because I was hitting it too hard.
Back and forth. I don't know when I sort of gave up golfing, but I used to go like every day. When the currencies used to close at 2 o'clock, you catch at 2:30, get on the course at about 3. Throw like 4 or 5 golf balls out there and play them all before anybody else came.
Yeah, I like twilight golf. Usually the course is kind of empty and you can kind of horse around, do what you want to do.
Yeah.
I used to do that with a friend of mine. We, in the summer it's easy because you can get there by 5. And
was it like around the same area? Wasn't it like Pinecrest? Was that 12 hole?
I don't remember Pinecrest. But we used to Edgewater, which was in the city, right? I think that's what it was called, Edgewater. And then out in the suburbs, once we moved out to the suburbs, we used to play Tall Trees. It's a neighborhood now.
Timber Trails?
Timber Trails, that's it. Timber Trails.
Yeah. It was like dog left, dog right, dog left, dog right, dog left. Watch for the big trees. Big trees.
And there was like the trees from like H.R. Puff and stuff. They were just huge.
They were really huge.
They were huge.
H.R. Puff and stuff. I bet you 80% of the people listening are like, what the hell is he talking about? H.R. Puff and stuff. Look it up. It was like a Saturday morning cartoon, like for kids that were like under 10 that were tripping.
Yes. I'm pretty sure though the people that did that They were definitely. I mean, think of the name, HR Puffin Stuff.
Yeah.
What were they puffing?
Stuff. Whatever the stuff was. Yeah, there was a few out there. I think it was trying to think of the people that produced it. They did like Sigmund the Sea Monster and the weird stuff.
Beanie and Sequel.
No, that was a cartoon. Beanie and Sea. That was that was way before that. Hey, Cecil. Hey, Beanie. Yes, we are showing our age, but we are proud. Yeah. Sid and Marty Croft. Thanks, Mike. Sid and Marty Croft. Tell me those guys didn't have like a 4-foot hookah. Sid and Marty. Thank you, Brian.
Joe, I was given an ultimatum by my friend Jack. He's like, if you had to do something, what would you do? And I said I would go long. And it was right around 43.21. It's not a trade that I'm actually in live. Got to make sure and say that. But we didn't, I was looking for an opportunity. If we took out the overnight low and came back in, we couldn't even take out the overnight low. And now we just took out the high of the initial balance. We took out the low of the initial balance. At some point, this thing is likely to just turn into a range-bound trade because we did take out the low and the high of the initial balance. But it was more of a, if you had to do something, what would it be? So I said long. The hot streak will probably be coming in for shoulder tap. We haven't been doing the stat guy for a little while sometimes.
I have hot streak if you guys want to do it real quick.
Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, kick it in. And here it is, hot streak. Wow, 16. We got I'm trying to see if there's any names that survived from last week. Rod Milla. What happened to Ian? Why isn't Ian on there?
We expanded out the calculations to find the hot streaks. Robert could go into that sometime, and we found some people that we had been neglecting. And Ian, we do need to get Ian on here at some point. I'll talk to Robert, but I think that he had 14 days. It's just a matter of how we filter the data. It can be hard to find. So if that's true, Ian, our apologies. We'll get you up there for tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. So Rod Mila, 50K, 16 days. Total profits 427. Must be trading the micros.
Micros, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Charlton.
Love hot streaks.
So is it Charlton or Carlton? Charlton.
Charleston.
Gave 15 days. It's Carlton. Oh, the Charleston Chew. Whatever happened to that candy bar?
Yeah, I haven't seen that in forever. I wonder if they still make it.
I don't know. 2007 63. Luis Tiant. Luis P. 12 days. Good job on the 50K. 1082. Hanona B. 50K. 10 days, 2009-15, and some Vatana, 150K account, 10 days, 2007-71. So people taking their time and making it happen. Good job, folks.
So Ryan says they still make the Charleston Chew.
Do they?
He's a big fan.
You put it in the freezer, or do you eat it gooey? You put it in the freezer, right? And then you crack it. Everybody gets 10 pieces.
I think there's merit to both. Sometimes you want it frozen. Sometimes you want it like soft butter. The marathon bars. Wow. Remember those?
Yeah.
You
can't eat a marathon quick, Claude.
Yeah. You can't eat those fast.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Marathon bar.
Dan Trader, yeah. I mean, Jack is he's a bond trader, and usually, high yields are competing with equities. But so far today, our equities are more the NASDAQ than anything else are looking pretty strong. Now, there was some question as to why I would look for longs today. And one of the reasons is the NASDAQ with the opening range, the dead low of the session. That's part of that decision, even though we're trading the S&Ps. And I'm usually going to be really focused on information coming from the S&Ps. But, the S&Ps took out the few stops below the opening range. They extended the range, and that auction to the downside failed. I was looking for a little bit more to take out the overnight low and then come back above, which it didn't happen. So now one of the things that, if we look left, we may notice we took out the low of the initial balance to the downside. We took out the high of the initial balance to the upside. If we don't start growing legs to the upside, this market is likely to just continue to be somewhat range bound throughout the session. So, here's a small initial balance. We didn't take out the high. We extended the low and we had some energy to the downside. Here's another initial balance. We extended and continued. Another extended and continued, another extended and continued. We have to go for a while before we find a range-bound day. Here, we took a look above, we took a look below, and the market ended up closing somewhere near the middle of the session. So when the market takes out the high and the low of the initial balance, there's a tendency to remain range-bound. Little look above this one, ended up looking lower and then coming back and closing around the middle. So, the probability, here's another one that looked higher, looked lower, closed in the middle. So just in that little nuance there, it's unless we can leave some single TPOs here and begin to build a new area of balance higher, this market is likely to kind of fall back into range bound activity. Just something I'm noticing here and something I think about and use when I'm actively trading, which we haven't done much of that today, but we kind of, my hypothesis to the downside didn't play out as I'd hoped. Probably could have done something anyway because it got pretty cheap down there, but them's the breaks, right, Eddie?
Right. Breaking. Coach Jay is joining us here. NQ testing the VAH from Friday. Do we see the ES do the same?
Well, here, I'm going to go with this profile here. No. Value area high. TPO is all the way up at 43.49.75, and value is all the way up here at 43.55.75. Now, let's see what it looks like here. It looks like we've got value high pretty much, at the high of the session, 43.72. It's a little bit high. But no, the S&Ps haven't gone anywhere near the value high from Friday just yet, Jay. Do we see it happen? It certainly could. But again, I'm if I'm long, I'm monitoring to see if we can leave some single TPOs here and then continue this move to the upside. If we fail in this auction up here, then I think we stay pretty much range bound. NASDAQ's been just much stronger, right? Here it is. NASDAQ. So there's value high in the NASDAQ. Value low, value high. We haven't even traded to the afternoon pullback high from the S&Ps here yet. Where is that? It is right here. The afternoon pullback high, 43.41 quarter. It's basically going to take us to the 100 session moving average here on the 30-minute chart. Interesting.
Okay. All right, we've got 10:30, and I think Mick's getting ready. We'll bring Mick in. Jack's going to join I guess just Mick's going to join here real quick, but I'm going to back out. I'm going to contact Saul. Get Saul ready, up and ready for our power players. Okay.
Looking forward to it, Eddie. It's going to be a good one.
Cool. All right. So I'll wait until Mick enters the room.
I think Mick's just about ready. I'll let you know, and I'll give the cutout.
The high sign. Little rascals used to do that. What's the high sign?
Mm-hmm.
No, Spanky. That's not the high sign.
All right. Mick is ready if we want to do this thing.
All right.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in a bit. You kids don't jumping on the couch, okay?
All right. And Mick, I'm going to transfer right to you because I'm in the odd position of both being on right now and doing the stuff behind the scenes. So anything to make the job slightly easier. How you doing, Mick?
Hey, good morning, guys. Nice to see you. Happy Monday.
Morning, Mick. How are you?
Very well. Very well. Coming off a nice, fun weekend and fresh for a good work week. And I got some nice stuff to share for my segment today, too. So
awesome. Looking
all
forward.
good over here.
That's great to hear. First, somebody was asking earlier in the broadcast whether you had locked Michael in a closet, and that is why he was not in today. Is there any truth to this accusation?
I think Michael kind of put the handcuffs on himself last week. But no, Michael went to Las Vegas on Thursday evening for a trader meetup. And I think I can't remember what day he's coming back, but no, I didn't put him in a closet. He knows what he did, and he's a sharp enough guy to make adjustments going forward. We all slip up every once in a while, and last week was a slip up of his.
Well done.
Which I talked about extensively.
Yes, you sure did. Well, who hasn't been slipping up?
Well, I will say you guys, the familiar name that I've shared, Hugh from France. This is from last Friday, but he put up a $28,000 winning day on Friday. It is his second $28,000 or $29,000 winning day. So huge shout out to him. He's really got some brass and takes some risk and takes some big rewards when he's right. So big shout out to him. Some other notable people I want to shout out today. Nicholas up 8,000, and then he's up 6,700 in another one of his express funded accounts. Naran Asami up 8,200 in two of his accounts, two express funded accounts. He's doing trade copying. I apologize if I botched the pronunciation of it. I had it all sounded out when I was looking at the computer, but now I can't read my writing. So moving on, shout out to Nikolai, up $7,000. They're all trading NASDAQ. And then a shout out to Samantha, up $5,600, also trading the NASDAQ. We have a lot of N's. Nicholas, Naran Asami, Nikolai. So today is the day of N's.
Good to know. Hopefully other letters get their day tomorrow.
Yes, yeah. And we threw Samantha
when's
in
the day of J's?
What's that about J's?
When's the day of J's?
I don't know.
Let me give a brief technical note as well. I know people are commenting there's a delay with Mick. Well, the audio is not delayed. We're trying this fancy shot, and it's a nice look at the office, but unfortunately it results in his video being a little bit behind. If it's too distracting, we will try to fix it, but it's easier said than done, I assure you. But in the meantime, Mick, you sound great.
Okay, thanks.
And you look good.
Bummer. How much of a delay do we have?
It's like a second or two, but it just looks like you're overdubbed. We're hearing you in real time.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, with that, let's have the show continue. I have a shout out I have trading cards and shout outs for two of our traders that we called up from XFA to live last week. The first one is Kwong L. If we could get his card up, really exciting stuff here. Out of Paris, Virginia. Look at those rolling
Yeah.
Hills, mountains, I know down around that way, they call those mountains, not quite the same as the Rockies or the San Juans that we have out west here.
Looks beautiful,
or many of the other mountains on the western front here in the United States. But really like this trading here. Average P&L over $2,300 a day. They're trading NASDAQ and silver. Don't see a lot of people trading silver, so I like that. Been in a little bit of a downturn in that silver market. But 60% winning days. The winning days are very big winning days. 2 days over 5 figures. Recently, one of those winning days was for $10,400. The other one was for $11,809. So this is someone who's swinging for the fences. They're putting up big days on their big days. With swinging for the fences, when it doesn't work out, they are finding themselves losing $3,000. So every single one of his losing days had hit that $3,000 daily loss limit that he's got in the in the express funded account or the live account, the 150K account size. Excuse me, I'm tripping over my words here. But I will say, if you're risking $3,000 and you're putting up 5-figure winning days, it's not a bad risk reward. So always big winning days, and they are relatively large losing days too. But as long as his average winning days are larger than 3,000, that's okay. So wanted to give him a shout out. Again, this is someone that we are moving to a live account. They'll probably be starting middle of the week this week. And like I kind of talked about, those $3,000 days, they're okay with what he's putting up, but he doesn't have to risk $3,000 every single day that he's in the red. So just something to think about. But one of our newly funded traders in a live account. Big shout out to you, Kwong.
Great job.
Next up, Nick. This is someone who I want to have on Power Players on Thursday. So, Rosiato, if you're watching, you're going to get an email from me after I do my segment. See if you can come up and come on for a Power Players interview, because you are a power player. This is another trader that we moved from XFA to live last week. Not too many trading days. They averaged $5,000 a day with 100% winning days. They had a 5-day streak. That's the 100% winning days. So they're getting called up to a live account after only 5 trading days. Just no areas for improvement here. Not only were they trading really, really well in this account and putting up massive days in this express funded account, they've got 2 other express funded accounts that they're trading equally well in, just don't have as many days in there. So we're seeing big account balances out of him and his other accounts, but he's going to be starting off in a live account this week with about $25,000 in it. So big shout out to him. Don't forget to pay yourself, pocket some of this money, request a payout, and we'll get that over to you within 1 to 2 business days after you request it. I've got to ask, what is in this image? I did not see that on the trader's profile. Is it some sort of meteor?
Some sort of sculpture?
In Taylor, Pennsylvania is the home to the legendary large irregular shaped rock, I think. And that's what we're seeing there.
Okay. My teleprompter is a little too far away. Anthracite Museum, is that what that is? Anthracite? Am I reading that properly from a distance?
It must be. I see it very small too, but in Pennsylvania, that would make sense.
Okay.
We'll ask JD for the final word on this, because he made the cards today.
Sounds good. That makes me feel good about myself. Tells me that I probably have still near perfect vision, 2010, 2013, since I last had those checked.
You're in the clear now, Mick.
Yes.
Bill Health.
I'm trying to figure out how you saw anything that's on there, like anthracite. What?
He's got a huge TV in front of him.
Oh, got it.
It's a testament to our standard, the HD of our feed too. I'm not
just staring into this video monitor. I've got a big 55-inch right behind it where I can see your faces, so I actually feel like I'm talking to humans and not just a camera, and the trading cards populate. I've got some notes off to the other side, so if you see my eyes wander, I'm just referencing things that I put on well, not paper, but put on screen for reference while I'm talking about these. It takes a little bit of prep to string together all this stuff and send the cards over to our production team and whatnot. But I think it's working out so far.
Hey, you do a fantastic
Good.
job with it.
100%.
Thank you. And we have fantastic people running the show and running the production. So shout out to you guys too, not just the traders today. Last person I want to talk about is Sean C. I've got a card for him. He is in a live account. We called him up several weeks ago from his express funded. He'd been trading very, very well in the express funded accounts. His start in the live accounts over the last couple weeks that he's been trading in there has been a little bit rocky, a little bit up and down. Sean's a little underwater from where he started. He's got an average daily P&L of $417 with 44% winning days. I'm not seeing the consistency that I saw when he was in the express funded account. I'm seeing that he's doing, on average, 150 round turns a day, which is it's pretty active trading the NASDAQ. I talk about price bar overlap, how scalping's difficult to predict all the ups and downs and the turns throughout the day. So I think Sean, coming from being very successful or having very successful trading in the express funded account and then going to live, something's not working with his strategy in the current market environment. That's, he's not trading the same or providing the same results as he did when he was in the express funded. So I think anytime you can recognize that in your trading, scale down your size, be a little less active, be more selective with those trades, and then limiting his losing days. Every loss he has for the day, every losing day is a $3,000 losing day. So when your performance declines a little bit, do be sure to scale down your position sizing. That'll help your losses be smaller. And then just because we say you can lose 3,000 in a day doesn't mean you need to do that. At this point, I can't remember how many winning days he had in his express funded. We'd have to go back to an old card there, but I know it wasn't less than half of his days were winning days. He was well over that. So when your statistics and your metrics are showing you that things aren't going as well as they were before, that's when you pump the brakes a little bit, make adjustments, and ride out and survive the current market environment and wait for your strategy to be wait for the environment to be more favorable for your strategy, and that's when you can really put the gas pedal down again.
I think that these $3,000 losers that you have mentioned with many traders kind of shows the upside to having a daily loss limit, because I'm not psychic, but I have the strong feeling that were that barrier not in place, some of those days might have gotten a little spicier.
Yeah.
No doubt. So yes, some people really hang their hat on the daily loss limit. That's just the number that we came up with. Realistically, your risk should be a lot lower. For traders that are starting in an express funded account, let's say 150K, for example, you have a $4,500 max loss limit on your account. So you can lose no more than $4,500 in the account because you start with a $0 balance.
Mm-hmm.
To have a $3,000 losing day, that's 2/3 of your account cushion. It is a lot to be risking on an account that you can only lose $4,500 on. And we've gotten feedback from our traders. Our traders say they want the flexibility to do that, so we provide those parameters for them, the flexibility, a long leash. But realistically, us as traders, we need to be disciplined and setting our own limitations, not just what Topstep says. So if you shouldn't be losing more than $1,500 in a day, which is now 1/3 of that $4,500, if you lose $1,500 in a day 3 days in a row, that's 3 swings at the plate and you're out. So really do consider your risk regardless of what we say you can risk, because you got to give yourself as many swings at the plate as possible.
Yeah, it's still super high. I mean, if you can only lose 4,500, I would think your daily loss limit should be a couple $100, maybe $450 at the most, which is 10% of what you can lose.
Certainly. And yeah, a lot of people, I'm with you. And I think to lose 10% in a day, Jack, it's too much. That whatever $450 is as a percentage of your account, it can become a smaller and smaller percentage as you grow the account. But, a lot of people come swinging right out of the gates. Might not be the best approach. I don't think it is. I think build a little equity, trade small, and as you grow your account to a larger value, then you can start thinking about risking more, because we all know how easy it is to make or lose $450, heck, $1,000 for that matter, just trading a one lot in the NASDAQ. So all things to consider, but it's really an area of focus that I'd like to see more of our traders in the trading combine, in the express funded accounts. Live accounts, a little bit different, because normally you are starting with a much larger account balance in those live accounts, what you profited from the express funded. But that's an area for improvement for many, many, many of our traders here, be it in the evaluation of the trading combine or when you're at the funded level.
Someone in the chat was saying that they risk 1% of their account on any given trade. And I think that's really kind of more in line with how people that are approaching the markets professionally would be doing, or something like that. I know when I was in the industry, our daily loss limits, and we were trading in a different way where it was more like make a little every day, make a medium amount, and then have one big blowout a month. And that big blowout for our daily loss limit was maybe 3 to 5% of what our capital was that we had made and held with the firm. And yeah, you wouldn't want to risk more than 1% on a given trade. So I think that that's a good benchmark.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Mick, you and I, we've all been around these markets for a long time, and the difference between moving from a random sim account to the trading combine account to the express funded account to a funded account, there is an assumed or the feel of an expanded risk. We see traders quite often kind of succumb to that change in the decision-making process, going from a random sim to a more real situation like the trading combine, and then into a funded account. It's something we've been working on for a long time, and somebody kind of commented that we need to talk more about that. And if you come to group coaching today, I can address that. I've got a slide that I kind of liken it to, but when it comes down to it, it doesn't really matter if it's sim, live, whatever it is. If you're managing your decision making and you're trading the same way all the way through, I mean, it's the same process. It's just feels, and there is, of course, more risk involved in that. I just wish there was a way we could kind of turn off that fear factor, or that fear of that expanded risk, so traders could just continue to do what they were successful doing in a previous account.
I think, yes, in a perfect world, but I do recognize that there's a psychological difference. When I was talking about Sean, trading in sim versus trading in live, you'd like to think there wouldn't be a difference in that, your mental approach. You should have the same approach, but there is a different feel. And I don't know how to describe it other than there's a difference between trading, simulated dollars and real dollars. It puts more pressure on, it does a number of things. It puts more pressure on, there's more at stake there. You finally gotten to where you want to be with Topstep, and, you're not in a position where you could reset, to kind of bail yourself out from poor performance. One thing I was thinking about is I mentioned the $3,000 loss on an account that you can only risk 4,500. That's 2/3 or 66% of your wiggle room. If you think about it, if I had $1 million trading account, that would be me losing $660,000 in a single day. Now, if I lost that much money on $1 million account, whether it was my own money or I was managing a pool of money, unsustainable, lawsuits from investors if I was managing money like that,
Right.
completely unacceptable. But because it's at a smaller scale and, it's pretty easy, like I said, to make or lose $1,000 a day trading a one lot. Now you're trading 3s or 15s, 3,000 can come very quickly. But you might not want to hear it, but you kind of got to earn your position sizing, and you earn that through consistent profitability. You kind of have to earn what you can risk, despite what Topstep says with these $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 daily loss limits. You got to earn it, and the best traders that we have here are, and I featured some great traders here, and I mentioned they're hitting their 3,000. They're making a lot more on their winning days. For those of you that aren't making a lot more on your winning days, you should be limiting yourself to a smaller value.
Yeah, I just wish there was some sort of button we could all push even for ourselves to just be able to operate without the fear of loss. And that book, the Hoagland book, The Best Loser Wins, I mean, it really just kind of says it. You have to be willing to take those risks and to take them as though they're just part of the job, right? And man, it's so hard. But we've all been trying to work so hard at for years at trying to figure out how to ease that. And we can say dance with the one you brung until we're blue in the face, but it's hard to do.
It's extremely difficult to do. I find it to be one of the best things of the business and one of the biggest challenges, though, too. You always have to be working hard, working on your discipline, making adjustments, and you're going to be far better off than those that can't do that. It's a competitive landscape. You've got a lot of smart competitors out there, and take money out of your pocket.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mick. Some people were asking for future cards if you happen to know the platform these traders are trading on, or is that something we could include?
Yeah, I had heard that last week, and it kind of escaped me. I can try and remember to include that information. I'm not sure if we could just take a poll, a one-time poll, and share X amount of our traders are on this platform, X are on that platform, because platforms are kind of personal preference. It's not indicative to how you're performing in those. So I understand the curiosity there behind it, but it's a combination of, the platforms that we offer on our website. So I'm not so sure if, including it in the trading cards has really any bearing. It has no bearing on the performance other than these traders might be liking their platform that they're using more than others.
Yeah.
And it's really personal preference.
Yeah, I don't think we would see a massively different curve of outcomes between different platforms. That would be my guess.
Right.
But we could share, I guess, what people are using in general.
Yeah. I'll think about it, see if I can remember to do that.
We get a lot of folks that are asking, can we come up with their strategies and talk about their strategies? That's very difficult to do, and also, very, I guess, kind of private to the traders. So we can't do that too much.
I'm not going to volunteer people's strategies. I can talk about things, what they're doing, very loosely. I think the best opportunity to talk to people that are successful here at Topstep about their trading would be join into the power player segments. We're picking people on Thursdays to join those segments. If they're willing to talk about their strategies, then that's a good place to listen. But other than that, I'm not at liberty to share people's strategies. I can share, I see people that are doing X, Y, or Z finding more success, like I've talked about with longer holding times, finding a daily bias and trying to find a piece of the trend for the day as opposed to scalping. But I'm not at liberty to share people's specific strategies. That's proprietary to them. We want to, and you know what? Some people, if it's really working for them, they're not going to tell you what they're doing because they found their niche. I was just having that conversation with Brett. He's like, we shouldn't. People had asked about what strategies people are using. He's like, Mick, I would have never told people what I was doing because I found a little something and I was able to do it. And you know what? It's not for me to share. I'm not giving charity out to other people. Again, it's a competitive space where if you find something that works well for you, you maximize the hell out of it and keep it hush hush.
On.
Last thing before I'll go, which, I kind of find it funny that there's people out there, there's a lot of them trying to, sell their strategies and stuff like that. And I'm a little bit of a skeptic, but, if you've got this strategy that's working so great, why are you trying to sell it to other people? If it works that great, why are you trying to sell it to other people? And, if you're making money hand over fist using it, you want to keep it to yourself and focus on executing that strategy and not, let me direct 90% of my focus on how I can market this and come up with payment plans on a recurring monthly basis to sell my indicators or have them follow me trade. I'm so skeptical, and I think a lot of that stuff out there is garbage. So,
of course. Yeah. If you had a bot code that was a successful algo, you would just run it until it doesn't work anymore and keep sizing up until it doesn't work anymore. You wouldn't sell it. It's just squeezing you out of your own trade.
I'm flying under the radar, doing it as long as possible because you might find your bread and butter and it might last for a few months, it might last for a few years, but eventually it's going to that arbitrage or whatever you're doing, whatever's working. Market environment's going to change. Other people are going to catch on to it, and you won't be the only one that'll stop working.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Mick.
Thanks for having me. Nice seeing you guys.
Thanks, Mick.
So, Hoag, I figured we could take a look at the charts last few minutes here before we bring in Saul. People looking for the quiz. We will be doing top quiz at 11:45 today, Dice Freeze, and in the future. Today, the prizes will be, per usual, the 150K, 100K, 50K combine, and two random winners. So that'll be fun.
Nice.
What are you seeing here, Hoag?
Well, see, now we've just turned around. We've got the market looking below the initial balance, looking above the initial balance, looking back below the initial balance. This is that kind of look below the overnight low I was looking at, and it seems to be holding pretty good down here. I don't know if there was something that was said. I'm looking on Financial Juice. I don't see anything that anybody said that looks like it might have kind of took us off the high there. But this is kind of what I was looking for is we looked below, we looked above, looking for rotational activity. I don't know what's going to happen down here, but if we do kind of maintain and build volume, there's space below. So you're just going to see what happens here. If we get back above the low of the overnight, that might be an opportunity for us, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, keep me posted. We'll throw up your position if you put a trade on. In the meantime, we'll probably be trading some more tomorrow. We have just learned during the broadcast, Deanna is going to be here tomorrow. So it'll be Eddie, Hoag, and Deanna for Fast Markets. Then MP will be back. So big week of trading coming. Right now, we're going to take a little coffee break as we get ready for our interview with Saul, with Eddie. And you won't want to miss it. And then group coaching at noon with the Hoag man himself.
Thanks, Jack. Thank you all. Trade well today. And don't forget, be kind to yourself. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Power Players. I am Eddie Horn, and today we've got Saul Shaul, trader, mentor, stunt driver, bass player for Boston. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
Pumping you up big time, huh?
Yeah, you really extended yourself there.
Active trader on the trading floor in the pits in Chicago. He currently trades, educates, mentor traders in the art of trading, the S&P mini, E-mini index futures, Forex, FX, currencies, commodities, and beaver pelts. So very nice to have you here with us today, Saul. And Saul, you've been a good friend of ours here at Topstep for a long time. And some of you have remembered the podcast we did with Saul. It was a very good podcast, very educational, and I'd like to welcome you here. How you doing, Saul?
Good. Thank you, Eddie. Thanks for that overly exaggerated or description of my work here.
So what was it like playing bass for Boston? That must have been really cool.
I would love to know. I wouldn't be here with you then.
Right.
We would not be chit-chatting.
So tell us about yourself.
You'd be hawking me for tickets, that's for sure.
So yeah, great band.
So yeah, we thanks for having me again. And I've been trading. I used to trade on the Florida Exchange, the CME, or Board of Trade back then. Traded U.S. Treasuries, 30-year bonds for the longest amount of time until they had to pull me out of there. Love the trading floor. Unfortunately, technology and time has caught up with that, and we are here with you now doing this stuff. The dynamics of trading on the floor and the dynamics of trading electronically or at home or from your computer are totally different, and we've had to definitely make adjustments along the way here so that I can keep talking to you. Right now, we're mainly focused in on the E-mini contract to trade every day. We are trying to scalp the market based on levels that we create for ourselves, in addition to any price action opportunities that the market might present themselves with. We are also focused more on the morning hours to give us our good opportunities. I've gotten to the point where I realize that I trade better in the morning than I do if I'm sitting in front of my computer all day. So I'm focused more. I'm more in tune with the volatility and the ebbs and flows. And I also believe that the dynamics during the day changes. I think the volume and volatility changes as the day goes on, especially depending on if there's some news or anything like that. But for the most part, I think that most of the time the dynamics changes the longer you stay on, on the in the trade during the day. So given that, we focus more on the morning hours to give us our opportunities to get in and out of our trades, and we're scalping. We're scalping the E-minis, and we are probably looking, 4 to 5, depending on volatility, on average, trades a day. We try not to overtrade. We don't like to give commissions to those brokerage houses and cut into our profits, so we try to keep it at a minimum, and we're relatively low risk in regards to what our targets are, 3-4 points, depending on everybody's risk tolerance and what they're looking for in the course of a day. So that's kind of what we do. We have a trading room that I'm hosting in the morning, and it kind of holds your hand during the couple hours that we're trading, kind of tell you not to trade when things are not going, when things are slow and range bound, and tell you to focus in on levels that were important to us and why they are important to us, and then trade around them once you get into them. So kind of just the reason I started the room was simply because I was came from the Florida exchange, and then all of a sudden I go into this room or this office at the beginning, and it was so quiet. I mean, I was like so bored, and I needed some interaction between traders and some camaraderie that I used to get on the floor that I don't get anymore. And so I started the trading room just so that we can have some good traders in there, some back and forth as far as what they see, what they don't see, what concepts do you think I might be interested in, what ideas, just to have a little feel for a trading room versus just sitting in front of your office with a screen and watching it flicker away. So that's what we do here on an everyday basis.
Right. Now, Saul, let's rewind the clock here a bit. How did you get involved in trading? What sort of piqued your interest?
Funny story. I was taking a futures class at the University of Illinois, since that's where I went to school, and they had a futures class in there, and I was enamored by it. I thought it was fantastic. Took a tour of the floor. They took us as a guest of somebody, and they took us on the floor, and we walked through the floor, and I know a lot of people don't realize the noise factor, the excitement when there's a number that's released, the energy that's expended in a group of people surrounded in a circle, big circle, is just amazing. I just felt like unbelievable in there, and I was like, okay, I gotta find a way to get this done here. So I was a junior at the time, and I go to my father. I said, Dad, hey, do you think I could trade? Maybe fund me some money to open my account and trade. And I was like, when do you want? He goes, when do you want to do it? He goes, well, I go right now. I go, oh no, you're going to finish school first, and then we'll talk about it. So I got my toe in the water there when I was in school. I did have a job actually. I'm actually by trade I'm not licensed anymore, but a CPA, because I did finish my schooling, and then got my degree there, and then there was an opportunity for me to join in at the board of trade at the time, when the bond market was the biggest contract being traded, and it was relatively affordable to jump into the market at that time. I think we could have I think when I first started trading, and it's back down to those levels again, or even less than that, but it was only like $300 to lease a seat to get in, and that was my way into the market. And then it took me about 6 months or so. I was told at the time that it usually takes longer, to figure out whether you can make money in the business or not. It took me like 3 months before I started making money, and the rest is history. I'm here talking to you now.
Now, I tell you, when I almost had the same situation going on the trading floor. My sister was she was a filling broker in the S&Ps, and she got me on the trading floor, as a guest. One of the guys did, and it was like just total chaos. Very loud. I mean, everybody was moving, but eventually you realize it's organized chaos. And there's a reason for everything that's happening there, and I was attracted also the same way. I was like, wow, I got to get in here. I wasn't going to college at the time. I was getting out of high school, so I graduated on a Friday and started on a Monday. But this business that we have, and I miss the trading floor. I got to be honest. But as you said, with electronic trading now, it's always good to have somebody to talk to, not all day long, but, somebody there that you can either call up or you can chat with at certain times. I mean, trading can be very lonely, and, systematically thinking, trading. I mean, I've talked to thousands of traders here at Topstep, and you always get those lone wolves. No, I don't need anybody. I don't want to speak to anybody. I'm going to do it myself. But in the long run, health wise, it's always good to have somebody that you can chat with and compare notes. Compare notes. What do you think? I'm seeing this market on a rally because, we just hit these 2-week highs, and it looks like we've got some more, and comparing notes with somebody. So that's always good to have. Now, Saul, you started out, what year did you get on the trading floor?
I think it was 86.
86. Okay. I think that's about the time I did also, when the Bears won the Super Bowl. And got on the trading floor, and it was a big learning experience. There was a lot going on, and the question is, do I fit in? Can I fit in? And you got to work very hard to get to where you want to be. And that was a smart move. And some of the comments here, with your dad saying finish college and then you can do what you want. You're a very smart father there. Dan Trader says smart dad. So, it's good that you did finish college, but you saw success. And let me ask you started in 86. When did you really start to get traction, moving forward in what you were doing on the trading floor?
So you're right. The hardest thing for me to when I first started, first of all, it was very intimidating to step into a bond pit, 600 people in there, and you have no idea. Literally, I had no idea what bids and offers were. I didn't know how to voice myself in the pit. There's certain, dynamics that you have to, if you want to buy something versus sell something. When you're trying to buy something, you're putting the price first, and then the number of contracts second, vice versa when you're selling. And that, for me, was confusing as hell. I would sit there and look at my trading card to say, okay, if I want to buy this, I got to say, the price. And then by the time I processed everything in my head, the market changed already. So I was like, whoa, okay, this is brutal. So it took me a little bit of time to get acquainted, just to get something out of my mouth. It's very intimidating. I traded 3 contracts, 3 different trades on my first day for 6 hours standing in the pit, and I was exhausted. Literally exhausted trading 3-1 lots. And but I was there for 6 hours, so that takes a lot out of you. And I just was learning. It's a learning process, right? Like you said. And so like I said earlier, I started making some positive cash flow after 3 months, to the point where I was able to stand on my own, and that is an aberration. I was told. Usually, it takes anywhere between 6 months to a year to see if you can make it in the business. I was lucky enough to figure it out, or pretend to figure it out, after 3 months, and make money, and then I was able to keep going forward and extend yourself. There was always like a point where you have to go to the next level. So I'm trading my own lots, and then you trade 2 lots, and you're doubling your risk, and it feels like a momentous amount of risk that you're taking on versus your 1 lot. So as you can imagine, you go from 1 lots to 2 lots to 5 lots. You have to absorb that risk feeling that you have, and to be able to manage it. Because if you can't manage the risk, then you're not going to trade the market. And this is what happens right now, where I tell a lot of people in our trading room that everybody trades differently. Everybody has different risk tolerances, and whether you're trading a 1 lot, a 5 lot, a 10 lot, or a 100 lot, you have to be able to manage that trade according to your risk tolerance, and also put it on and not feel overwhelmed by the movement that might occur, might not occur. And they'll be able to handle that movement when it does happen, and trade the market indicators, not trade the money. Okay, if you start trading the money and you watch your account and you're not trading what the market is telling you, you're probably going to make mistakes. So you have to trade at a comfortable level, and it took a long time for me to slowly work my way up. And every time you work your way up, you get smashed in the market. The market smashes you, just digs you down, tells you, why did you do that? You're an idiot. But you have to absorb it, learn from it, and then adjust according to what makes you comfortable. So
Right.
it is definitely hard, and it's not easy, but the rewards are there as long as you are disciplined and understand what's going on.
You mentioned management. I can't stress that's so important. I mean, not only managing your account, but managing yourself. And if you can do both at a higher level, a successful level, you're not going to worry about, trading with emotions, revenge trading, because or just trading just to trade, because you've got that management skill. And that was one of the first things I needed a good fix with when I was on the trading floor. And I was lucky enough to have, some mentors. So, as a matter of fact, I think my sister sent some of her friends, her successful locals. Now, local's a trader that trades for himself, and does like Saul. You were a local, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And you got to give these traders so much credit. Because a lot of them had, babies at home, mortgage, car payments. You got to put food on the table, pay the bills. And it was all about trading. But I was lucky to have a few mentors that pulled me aside. Actually, so one of them pulled me by the collar and said, "What the hell are you doing, man? What are you doing?" And it got to a point where, I was a bullhead. I didn't want anybody telling me what to do. I didn't know what this business was about. I figured everybody was against everybody, but in some situations that's not the case. There's a lot of good people that were on the trading floor that reached out and said, "Hey, you know what? If you want to stay on the trading floor, give this a try. Just give it a try." And eventually, I started getting traction and moving forward and so forth. Now, did you have a mentor, somebody that sort of said, "Hey, kid, what are you trying to do?"
Right. Well, I was surrounded by a lot of great traders, as you can imagine, in the bomb pit at the time, right? And I was lucky enough to be able to talk to a couple of them, not so much while I was trading, but afterwards, where you sit there and you talk to him and say, "Okay, this is the trade I put on." And then he'll say, "Well, why did you put the trade on? Did you see something? Did you?" When you were standing on the floor, it's a feel for the market. When you're new, you don't have a feel, but after a while, you get a feel for the market, and you get a
Right.
feel for what's going on, and you get a feel for an energy burst that is going to happen. I don't know. Sometimes it just feels like something is up, where on the screen when you're watching at home, you have no feel. It just you kind of get these movements willy-nilly. But on the floor when you were trading, you get this feel for it. So he would say, well, why did you put the trade on? Did you feel something? Did you see something? And then it also dawned on me that you need to have reasons to trade. And that was one of the things that I took from one of my mentors that I had. I always have a reason to trade, whether it's a technical reason, a fundamental reason. Have a good reason to put on a trade, and that way you'll feel good about the trade, feel confident about the trade because you had a good reason for it. And if the reason didn't pan out, then think about why it didn't pan out. Maybe it was the wrong time of day. Maybe there was a number out. Maybe there was too much. Maybe the level was read wrong. You know, you think about the trades that you put on and understand why it didn't work, and talk about it afterwards. So, absolutely, we had. I also looked at some of these traders, I'll be honest with you, and I said, how do they do the things that they do? Because they would like trade so amazingly, and I would be in awe of them. And I realized also that I can't do what some of these guys did or were doing at the time. I had to figure out my own, how I was going to make money myself. Mm-hmm. And you could take like ideas from them. They'll give you, they'll give you different concepts to focus in on. But the most important thing that I've learned is that you have to know yourself, and you have to understand what you could do as a trader versus watching somebody else trade and watching what they do. So that's the one thing that I talk about in our room a lot. And know yourself and know what you could do, and don't try to mimic anybody else. Just try to figure out the trades that work for you versus try to emulate somebody who you have a lot of respect for, but you cannot do the things that they do. I just can't do some of the trades. I put on some of these trades that some of these guys I stood with and I looked up to. They were amazing, but I had to find my own niche, and then it worked for me, and then I stuck with it, and that's important, I think, for everyone.
Right. You've got to find something that works for you, because, that mentor or that teacher, that coach, are not going to be around forever. And, I noticed a lot of traders, I like to use the term coattailing, and, excuse me, there was a lot of that in the pit too, for those locals that really didn't do their homework, really didn't have much. They traded like it was poker, and they'd look around, and I know we talk about this. You'd be looking around the pit to see what orders were coming in, or who had the poker face, or something's going to happen here. And those traders really didn't last too long. It was those that had the passion, desire, and knew what needed to be done. And these traders succeeded, and as Saul did. And I mean, he's right now he's a mentor. He's teaching also. Now, you've got your website. If I know if Brad is here, maybe he can post that in the YouTube chat.
It's very simple, actually. It's eminiTrading.com.
eminiTrading.com.
Right.
Okay.
So it's not.
And then what's on that website?
So it's a link actually to our trading room, where you'll be able to jump in every morning. You just have to put in your email stuff, and we'll send you a link every morning to jump in. And it's kind of just what we do in the morning is that we give you levels, or I work on the levels that I use to trade. And then we talk through them, and we talk through the market's activity that day, and we talk about if there's any economic reports that are due when we're trading, and be careful with them, and somewhat give you an overview of where the market is, even though we're not really trading. We're not coming in with any opinion. That's the one thing that I stress to most of our traders, is that we don't have an opinion as to where the market is going or what we think is going to happen. I think that because we're scalping, we need to have an open-minded opportunity. E-mini Trade Along Did I say, yeah, emanytradealong.com.
Yeah,
All
we
right,
put the
so
link in there.
thank you. So we need to have an open-minded mindset when we come into the day. So let's say you come in with a bearish tone to the market because you feel the market might go down, and all of a sudden the market starts rallying on you, and then you're always like, "No, this can't go up because I think it's going to go down," and you're fighting the market for no reason instead of just taking your cues from what the market is telling you and just trading off of the what the market's activity is for that particular day. So we come in there. We try not to. I give you an overview of what I think is happening in the market. Why we're kind of trading down, why we're trading up. Some of the things that the fundamentals are looking at. Some of the and try to give you a picture about the bigger picture. But we're not trading the bigger picture. We're trading what's in front of us at that particular moment in time for the first couple hours of the morning, because there's ebbs and flows. The market goes up, goes down. There's now one direction, and then we're not trying to find direction anyway. We're just trying to take advantage of moves. Now, we give you levels, support and resistance areas, right? That could turn out to be very nice opportunities to take a longer, scalp out of it. Let's say more than 3 or 4 points. Because the market, we hit a high with the level, or we hit a low with the level, and you can, manage that trade. Again, it's a matter of managing the trade and also timing. If you get into the trade at the right time, and if you have multiple contracts, you can peel out of them one at a time or two at a time, depending on how many contracts you trade, and also keep a couple for a longer move, right? So, even though we are scalping, there's different ways of scalping also where you can manage those trades. Once you get into a trade and it becomes a high, you're selling a high or buying a low, and you could take 10, 15 points out of it instead of just, 3 or 4. But that requires you to scale out of some and make sure you take some profits, and then have a trailing stop with your whatever contracts you have left over. And so what we try to do in our trading room every morning is kind of help you kind of sit there and hold your hand with it, and kind of see where stops should be, where exit strategy should be, what buying opportunities there are, selling opportunities, and kind of help you look at the market in a little different way. And like Eddie said, you need different mindsets. I mean, different opinions sometimes, because I can see something that somebody else doesn't see, and maybe you see something that I don't see. And that interaction between traders is, I think, what makes, which is very important, that we don't get anymore, because we're sitting in front of a computer and not really interacting with anybody. And this is what we're trying to do, which is trying to add that trading room feel to everybody, so that we can interact and get some back and forth going on with everybody.
All right. Now, what would you say would be the best level experience on where you're sharing your strategies and sharing your ideas? Would a new trader sort of fit in here, or somebody new to the business, or would this require somebody that has a little experience under their wing?
Right. No, it's a good question. I think that most traders, new traders at least anyway, should come out and at least learn how to scalp the market for small profits, because their accounts are not that big, and secondly, they need to build up their accounts to maybe expand to other ideas and different concepts of trading. I think what we do here is open to new traders for sure, because I think especially a new trader who is not fogged up with the concepts that you and me have sometimes of the pit, where we have these ideas of what a market should be doing or shouldn't be doing because we've had all this experience, right? And that's usually not the case. But for new traders especially, I think it's a good step forward to learn how to scalp the market, find levels that would work and why they would work. And for experienced traders, it adds a different tool to their toolkit. Every trader has their setups that they're looking at, and maybe if I can add a setup or two that maybe they haven't thought of in the past or they're not using, and they can add it to their tool shed of different traits to look for, that'll help them also. So the fact that we are there to help new traders, the novice, and also the experienced traders is definitely a good angle for both people who are not so experienced and want to learn how to trade. I think it's a good way to learn. And for those who have a lot of experience, maybe I can add something to your tool shed of different setups that you can make a little bit of money off of.
Great. All right. Now you've got a room in our Discord channel.
Yes. I think we
tell us about that.
We put up our levels every morning in the Discord channel that we have, and you can get the levels that we trade off of in our trading room, and it's there every morning that I think we enter. I'm obviously doing the live broadcast in our trading rooms, which everybody here is welcome to join in. eminitradealong.com, like I said earlier, and so I can't really, once we put out the levels, they're there. We obviously have to tweak those every now and then based on price action, but for the most part, you can use the levels all day long. Even though we usually focus more a couple hours in the morning because of the nature of what we're doing, which is trying to scalp. And I think there's more volatility in the first couple hours than there are all day long. That's just my thinking. But anyway, yeah. So we do put the levels in there. Obviously, I'm not in there, responding to any questions or anything like that. But if you're there and you get the levels, I think that's a good start.
Real quick, Nick, Dolby Time, if you're listening here, can you put in that link? We've got some people that are looking to join our Discord, which does offer a lot of options. And if you're looking to get Saul's numbers, that you've got to be a member of the Discord channel. So if you can, put that Discord link. And once again here, let's see here. The website for you is E-mini Trading Along.
E-mini Trade Along.
Tradealong.com.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we did. We
just
did get
E-mini Tradealong.com.
Okay. All right. And you've got you post numbers in our Discord channel. Are you ever in there to answer questions?
Usually not, like I said, because all our questions would probably be the link into our room would be the easiest way. But I mean, if there was not a need for an immediate answer, I would probably get to it.
Okay.
Like if it's a day late.
Right. If you've got any questions, please post those here. Let's see here. What is the name of your channel on Discord?
I think it's a good question. Let me see if I can find out. Brad is taking care of that, and I don't know, is he here? I can't tell if he's.
I don't know. I'm trying to get a hold of him here, and I'm not seeing it. Brad's on lunch. Great time to go on lunch. I'll
get you that answer momentarily here.
Okay. All right.
Sorry about that. I'm not.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I believe Jack just shared the Discord link. For those that are not signed up to our Discord channel, man, there's a lot of stuff in there. I mean, you'd be able to go and get Saul's levels each and every day. We'll get the name of that in a little bit, but there's a link. Topstep just posted that link. You're going to need that link to get in. So just make sure that you do that. So, Saul, your style. Okay. I'm sort of a trader just like you, where we like to look for those smaller profits. I find, at least for me, one of my biggest targets is to get a winning trade. I don't care how big it is. And it builds my confidence. Okay. Winning trade when I'm the biggest sore loser I know. So any losing trade, definitely trying to knock me off my horse. And I've learned over the years that, the revenge trade, the emotional trade. And I get very emotional when I'm having a bad day or a bad week. And, you tend to just get reckless. So I've taught myself that, hey, if things ain't working, hit the road. All right, call it a day. You'll see here. The name is E-Mini Coach Trade Along. That's the Discord channel. Okay, thanks,
Thank
Brad.
you.
And the thing is, you're only sabotaging yourself when you say, hey, having a bad day, one more trade's going to turn around, and all you do is you dig that hole deeper and deeper. Now, we're both short-term traders, and what indicators do you use, if you use any at all?
Indicators I don't use.
Okay.
I always,
What do you use?
I just feel that, first of all, I feel indicators are laggers. Consequently, since we're scalping and we're trying to find levels to get in, if the market flushes up or down to a level, by the time the indicator shows turning or whatever, we're going to be, you're going to miss the trade. Okay. So we have levels. Our levels, when I put out my levels, I'm also trading them. And I scale into my levels. My trades are already in the queue or in the dome or in the ladder ticket, or whichever way you want to put it. So they're kind of just waiting to get triggered if and when the market makes a move one way or the other. So as far as indicators are concerned, I don't have any. I do use a Bollinger Band. Keep us on the right side of the market. We put some good use to the Bollinger Band a little bit to help us staying on the right side of the market. We get some scalping opportunities off of the Bollinger Band as well, depending on the day, the time of the day as well. That's important. And then I have a 200-day moving average as a helper. I feel, again, those two are the only two indicators I have on my charts. There's 200 moving days an indicator. But I don't use any of that or MACDs or anything like that. That's not really some of the things that I like to use. Again, MACDs are nice, but they're also laggers. So by the time it starts turning, I'm already in the trade or getting out of the trade. In regards to losing, yeah, I don't like to lose either. And the new word that's used these days that when we were trading with, they didn't have back then, is trading on tilt, right? We get upset, and tilt is a poker term. That is true. It happens. You can take the same concept in poker. And when you're upset because you messed up on a trade and you start getting, try to get it back, and then you do stupid things, and you're not thinking straight because you're just, So my theory on that is simple. I have a theory where I say that if we have the first two losing trades that we put on are bad, my next trade has to be a winner for me to continue. If I lose money on my third trade, I'm out for the day. And so my third trade, if I have two losing trades, has got to be my best setup that I like, that I can recognize, and then I can execute. There are two parts of trading: recognition of the trade, and then the execution part. Once you recognize the trade, how you get into it, how you manage it once you get into it, all of those are part of the execution. That's really the distinguishes, I think, traders, is managing what to do with the trade once you get in it.
Saul, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's my philosophy as far as losing money. If I have two trades and they're both losers, my third trade has to be a winner. Otherwise, I'm done for the day.
All right. Now, what would you tell somebody new coming into the business? Or let's just say we go back in the time and we talk to the young Saul Shaul. What would you tell yourself as a new trader just coming into the business? What to look out for, what to gain, and what to be prepared for?
It's a loaded question there. So, the thing about trading is this: every day brings a new concept. There's not one day that's the same like the previous day. In some ways, me and you like that, right? And so other people like to have a 9-to-5 job where they know what they're going to do every day, and it's set. You and me like the volatility. We like the difference, and we never know what's going to happen, right? And I think it's you have to accept that as a trader, that you don't know if we're going to be busy that day. We don't know if we're going to get some movement. We don't know which way it's going to move. We don't know if our levels are going to work perfectly or not perfectly. Are we going to have to work some of these trades or not? Some days everything's perfect and every level we have clicks perfectly. We don't take any heat on them and it's great. Other times we have to work an order. We have to get stopped out. And you have to be able to take it all in stride. You can't let your highs when you make money get too high and your lows when you lose money get you down too low. You have to have a medium there where you can stay focused and understand this is trading. Not every day is the same. Don't get too high when you make money. Don't get too low when you lose, because tomorrow's a new day. And the motto that I have for our traders is make sure you come back tomorrow. And if there's going to be anything that I would tell anybody as far as advice is make sure you come back tomorrow.
Right. And, we practice that preaching also, trade for tomorrow. A lot of traders coming into business, their first question is, how much money can I make? Well, in order to make that money, the first question you got to ask yourself is, how much can I afford to lose? And I love, you've probably heard me say that before. But that's how the game is played. It's not, swinging for the fence every pitch you get. We talk about base hits, small profits, add up. And with this market the way it is, it's you shoot for the base hit, you might get a double. Shoot for the base hit, you might get a triple. You shoot for the base hit, and you might even hit a home run on a trade. Some of the movements that we've had here today in the S&P and the NASDAQ and a crude, there's been some decent runs where, if you do get in looking for a smaller profit, market runs for you. Now, are you one, Saul, that would lock in profit? I know that we're talking scalping. But if you entered a trade and saw a market start running, would you move your stop up to break even or even into money?
For sure. Again, it all depends on how many contracts you have on. True. If you're trading multiple contracts, it becomes a little bit easier because you could take your profits take some profits off at some initial target that you have, and then if you have anything left over, you move it down to break even. You move that down to market goes your way. You just keep adjusting your stop accordingly. And then if you get a nice move and you can get one, you said the S&Ps, we popped off the 36 area there, which was the level that we gave out this morning. And look, we're down to even, went down to even in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So, those opportunities are there. But it's all a matter of the individual and how they manage that trade. You have to. We could talk about it all day, and it's just a matter of you managing that trade at that particular moment in time. And if you can, you have the right stop and move your stop and trailing stop with the trade that you put on. You could, take a lot more out of the trade and hit that home run like you're saying. But your initial entry point is not to hit the home run. Your initial entry point is to peel some profits off, and then if you have anything left over, then you can maybe hit your home run. Because let's say you're trading the 3 lot. If you take profit at one lot with 3 points, another one with 4 points, you got 7 points, and now you got 1. If you hit that one for 12 points, you made more money on that one trade and one contract than you did on the first 2, which is fine. Right. That's a nice trade. So again, you don't have to trade big to make a lot of money in this business. You just have to be able to trade smart, and it's hard to do sometimes because your emotions get into the middle of all that concept.
Right. Trade smart. You heard it from Saul. Saul show. Well, Saul, thanks for being with us here today. Remember, he is in the Discord channel. I just put the link there. And check it out. Check out his levels tomorrow. He had a real good level today in the ES. Saul, any closing comments here?
Just making sure that I get our website right. It's eminitradealong.com. And if you like what you hear and if you want to join us in the morning, chit chat with us, throw us different ideas, listen to what we have, please join us. And thanks, Eddie, for having me on. I appreciate it. Nice new concept you have here. And it's awesome. I hope you have the best of success with it.
Likewise, and we're going to get you back here soon again, Saul. Maybe we can get you for a early morning trade day where you can sort of log in and we can see what's going on your end. But
Absolutely.
Love the time. Thank you very much for stepping up to the plate for us, Saul Shaul. And Saul, have a great week, and we'll talk to you very soon, partner.
Thanks.
Nice to see
Thanks
you,
a lot.
buddy.
Take care, man. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. I'm here. Check, check. Oh, yes, we've got Top Quiz coming up. There it is right now. Kahoot, www.kahoot.it. There is the game pin. We've got 57 people right now. Remember, go to that website, type in that game pin, 417-6349. That'll get you up and ready for the game. Jack's going to be here with Bonnie, and just going to be here just in a few minutes.
Yes, I am back, as a matter of fact. So type in there. I'm going to throw on the Jazz. We're playing for 3 combines, 2 random winners as well. I'll put on the music, and I will see you guys and gals in a few.
Thanks, Jack. We'll see you, man.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz for Monday, October. Yes, we're on October 2nd. I am Jack, joined today by Bonnie to retain her crown. Bonnie, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing just fine here. A lot of people out today, but we got through this broadcast with hopefully some nuggets of wisdom along the way. So, if you haven't played before, 8 questions, multiple choice. Answer them right, you get more points for answering them fast. We're also on a 6 to 8 second delay here. So look at your device or your web browser, because those are the places these questions will pop up. Bonnie, you're in the game as well, I see.
Yes, I'm ready to play.
All right. I got a few more, no accounting questions this time, but I think a few questions that you will like. There's a theme for about half the questions today. We'll see how that goes. So I'll give this a few more seconds for people to sign up. See EES, Silksmith, Avanish, Yanot, Dylan, 333rd place. Hopefully you go higher today. And I'm going to get started in just a few seconds here. Who will be last? Moody, Ludwig, Guppy, MDB. Oh, that one. KBL. All right. Meow BB. You ready to start this? I got to cut it off at some point. And that point is going to be right about now. Let's play some Kahoot, Bonnie. Question 3, 2, 1. Question number 1. Isaac Newton and Leibniz both claim to have developed what mathematical discipline? Was it statistics, linear algebra, calculus, or trigonometry?
Oh gosh. Calculus?
That is correct.
Yay.
1 for 1, Bonnie. Good show. And after that, let's see who knows their calculus. Daddy Jack. Is that a reference to me? I have no idea. We also have Black Swan on top and Zeb. Let's get to the second question. Thermopolis, Wyoming is home to the world's largest what? Pickleball complex, mineral hot springs, active volcano, or 9-hole golf course?
Oh gosh. No idea, of course.
Mineral hot springs. I've actually been there. My grandfather used to live in DuBois, Wyoming, and we drove over there. It's quite something. Check it out.
I love hot springs.
They are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, the ones in Taiwan and Japan, very nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't gotten out there yet, but I would love to at some point. Daddy Jack knows it. Rosales, Johnny Dollar, Shore Jason. Let's see who comes out on top. Question number 3. How many prime numbers are there between 1 and 100? 9, 13, 25, or 32?
What are prime numbers?
Only divisible by themselves.
Oh,
It is 25. I didn't expect you. Let me see if I'm getting any hate for this question. I didn't expect anyone to know exactly how many prime numbers, but just to have a ballpark, so I spaced them out. I think that's fair. This isn't real? Well, EH, you're not real. How about that? Okay. After that question, Rosales and High with 3 question marks. Maybe they're testing the form, but they've got all the questions right so far. All right. Question number 4. What is the brightest star besides the sun visible from planet Earth? Is it Sirius, Canopus, Rigel, or Betelgeuse?
Rigel?
It's one of the brightest, but Sirius is the answer. We have some astronomy buffs in here. Yes. The sun being the brightest, then that, Betelgeuse. Apparently there's a Beetlejuice musical that got a lot of fame in Colorado a few weeks ago. Are you into musicals, Bonnie?
Not really.
All right.
I love music, but not musicals.
Yeah. Trying to see here. Okay. Next, let's see who's catapulted. I think a lot of people are getting these questions right now. So Daddy Jack's on top. Salissimo Full Cod, I recognize those folks. Next question. Acceleration is the change in velocity against time. What is a change in acceleration with respect to time called? Is it speed, rotation, weight, or jerk?
Speed?
It is
No idea.
jerk, as a matter of fact, is the change in acceleration over time. And that's the thing that'll get you sick on roller coasters. Physics question, hell yeah. Patricia Howell is with me. I love physics. That's what I started out in college before shifting to the dark side of economics. Let's see who's on top here. Daddy Jack. I think Daddy Jack might be a math and physics type guy, because that's the theme, if you guys have noticed so far. All right, Bonnie, still time to turn this around. What number did Michael Jordan initially wear when he came back from his first retirement? Was it 23, 45, 1, or 10? What do you think, Bonnie?
45.
That is correct. It was 45 during that brief era before he switched back. All right. I think people probably like that one. Let me check the YouTube comments. 45. Yep, good stuff. Here we go. And remember, if you're not answering these right, that's okay. Because we're picking 2 random winners too that I will announce later on. In the meantime, we've got 2 final questions.
And you're probably doing better than me.
Yeah. But once again, I admire the courage of going on and hearing these. Like, these aren't questions that are meant for everybody to get right. So, good stuff, Bonnie. Who has hosted the most episodes of Saturday Night Live? Is it Steve Martin, Tom Hanks, Alec Baldwin, or John Goodman?
Tom Hanks?
He's hosted many, but it is Alec Baldwin, as a matter of fact. Steve Martin in second place. Alrighty. Let's see. We got 1 question left, I believe. Daddy Jack, Bashy, Full Cod, Uzi, DBK2 are in it. There's probably a few people behind them that can get it. I forget what this last question is, but let's hope it's a banger. All right. Last question is: a philuminist is a collector of what? Accordions, coins, autographs, or matchbooks?
I'm gonna guess coins.
There is a word for that, obviously, but I don't know what it is. It is matchbooks. Yes, the English language has a word for people that collect matchbooks, which I did not know was a thing. Well, thank you, Bonnie. Are you ready to see the winners?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. The winners of the Kahoot today is in third place, Full Cod. Second place, Bashy. And in first place, my very good friend, Daddy Jack. The Jack Daddy. That's not me. I am not playing. Doji, Trader, and Theo are the runners-up. Everyone who didn't win, you will be put into a random drawing that I will announce at the... Oh, I see Nas Tick. Numismatics is coin collecting. Wow. Huh. I'll check into it. I think with that last question, how I would do it is that I would know the word for... It depends on eliminating choices, right? Like, I would know the word for coins. Accordion, probably not it. But I'll check into it. I'll say congratulations to Daddy Jack for now and assume the best in people. But always a watchful eye. All right, guys. Thanks for playing. Bonnie, thanks for coming. You're always a pleasure to have on the show. Hope to have you back on Wednesday.
Yes, I'll see you on Wednesday. Bye.
In the meantime, I'm going to put on some charts. We're going to take a quick coffee break, and then we'll be back with group coaching with Hoag. So just stick around, relax, and get ready to do some learning. We'll see you in a few. Bye-bye.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We call it Let's Crush 2023. Always sounds like a good idea to me. Happy Monday, everyone. 2nd of October. We are in quarter 4 of this year. Hard to believe it's gone by that quickly. We got a lot going on, though, so that tends to happen. This is me. My name is John Hoagland. I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep. And we've got 40 years of industry experience, more like 31 or 32 as an active trader. I did trade on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since about 2011, really, I've been here at Topstep and hopefully helping traders get to know and improve their performance. The opportunity to talk to thousands of traders and from all around the world. And this is probably one of my favorite sections or segments that we do, is I get the chance to kind of hang out and talk trading with traders. So looking forward to having a really good session. I'm going to, of course, be addressing emailed in questions first. If you do have questions, it might be better off for you to keep them near the end, like when I'm done with the emailed in questions, because there's a lot going on in this chat, and I don't want to miss anything. It's great to see everyone. Got Hidden Gem, Bommy, Dan, Anissa. It's good to see you, Anissa. Ocean Blue. We're going to try. Nobody, of course, knows everything, and I certainly don't. Good afternoon, UFX. Good to see everyone, as always. This is the CFTC disclaimer. Everything we talk about in this session is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product or security at this time, but this just is a reminder that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products, and we should only be using risk capital. Risk capital to me is money that I can afford to lose. So just take a gander at this. I should probably know it by heart by now. And we're going to jump into the questions. Now, I wanted to open up because there was some questions during the session, during the shoulder tap and during the session today about why is it so different moving from a random sim account to a trading combine to a funded account? What is the deal with that? And I've kind of likened it to this is basically a balance beam, right? On sim, the balance beam is right along the floor. When it's right along the floor, we could probably, most of us probably could pretty much walk back and forth across this without falling off, without stepping off, and with little risk of injury. Okay, now going from a sim environment where there's no accountability and no risk to the trading combine raises that bar a little bit. So now we're faced with the idea that if we do fall off, we're going to probably fall about 2 feet, and there's a greater risk of twisting an ankle or an ankle sprain or something like that. But the process of going from end to end is the same as it is when the balance beam is right along the floor. So trading is a lot like that. You know, we know that there's going to be more risk, but if we can act in the same way, use the same decision-making processes, motivations, all of that, then going from end to end on this one shouldn't be any harder than it is on this one. It's only the fact that there's greater risk. Once you're funded, or maybe you put real money in an account, that bar gets raised even further. It's the same process, going from one end to the other end and back and forth and all of that. But now it's 4 feet off the floor. If I fall off of this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to injure something. But it doesn't change the process of going from end to end. Same as this one, going from end to end here. Just the fact that there's more risk involved makes it more difficult. We're more cautious. We're very careful with where we're putting our feet. And that's what happens when we go from the trading combine to the express funded account, and then into the real account, into the funded account. It's just more risk, doesn't change the process. If you maintain the same process, then you can expect similar results, whether you're 4 feet off the floor or two inches off the floor. So this is an old slide I've had around for a long time. Many of you have probably seen or heard this already, but it's just the fact that, that there's more risk changes the process of going from end to end. Down here, we can dance across it. Up here, we're going to be a lot more cautious. There's a lot more risk involved, and that's what changes the decision-making process, changes a lot of the decisions that we make in trading. So I'm going to kind of just put up my charts here. We still haven't done anything. The market came kind of below the overnight low and wasn't really coming back off of that. So right now I'm still sitting on my hands. I haven't done anything yet today. So and sometimes that's typical on a Monday for me. So I'm going to go into the emailed in questions, and we've got a question here from Fred. So this is from last Thursday. And he said, before the open on Thursday, September 28th, the S&P appeared to be opening in balance, preparing to open in balance inside of the previous day's range. I said, I'm going to try and be patient today. Let's let the market establish an early range and focus on the extremes of that range for my opportunity. When you talk about an early range, what did you mean? Did you mean initial balance specifically, or is the early range a non-specific term unrelated to the initial balance? What market indicators do you look for to tell you that the early range has been established following an open imbalance and desirable trading opportunities now may be present? So last Thursday, this is what Fred is talking about. The market opened right here, okay? I'm pretty sure that's the opening range. Hang on one second here. So there's the opening range, relatively low in the session, but inside the range and inside the value from Wednesday's range. So value high was up here, value low was down here. We were opening inside of balance, inside of value. So quite typically, I'm going to probably be looking at this saying, well, there's very little change in the perception of value. I forget where settlement was. I think settlement was right up right here. So we weren't far from settlement. We didn't really have a lot of overnight inventory. My idea to be patient and wait for a trade location as the day goes on might be something that I would have said during that. When the market's opening in balance and in range, there's not a big change in the perception of value. So what I'm saying in that, Fred, is most of the time, I'm going to be looking at the initial balance as the early range, So if we were to look at this platform with the market profiles, okay, the market opened in range and in value. This was last Thursday. Opened in range and in value. Took a look at the volume value low, didn't quite get to the TPO value low, and then the initial balance was created. Once the initial balance was created, D period, C period extended, D period came back in, couldn't get to the low of C period. Once the D period started kind of looking higher and it didn't pull back much, now is my opportunity. Now I'm thinking, all right, well, maybe there's an opportunity to the upside here. I'm trying to remember if I did anything. I don't think I did anything in this regard, but the fact that we said that, well, maybe the better trade locations will happen later on in the session did not ring true. The market opened in range and value, looked lower, and then started to continue to drive higher, and leaving a poor high at the top here. It's a weak high or a poor high. So even though the best trade location of the day was already gone, there still can be opportunity at the other end. We didn't take out the low of the initial balance here. We took out the high of the initial balance. We pulled back again. That second rejection, the opportunity, if we missed the best trade location here, would have been here. And a lot of times the breakouts fail. It looks like this breakout initially failed. The second time it went, it kind of continued. So most of the time, Fred, when I'm talking about an early range, I'm looking at the initial balance. It just makes sense. We want to look at it with some consistency as to what we're talking about as far as an early range is concerned. So the initial balance makes sense. If the initial balance is being extended like at the closing time, then I'll expand my kind of gauge of what is early balance. So if the initial balance is extended right at 9:30, I'm going to probably include some of that in the initial balance. And I hope that helps, Fred. So Ryan was talking here. He sent in a question here last week. Typically, people play the mean reversion at value area high and value area low. When would you recommend going long above the high or short the lows? Today on the NASDAQ, we built a volume area above the value area high. Once you see this volume shelf form, is that expectation of higher pricing? Now let's take a look. And remember, we're talking about the NASDAQ here, so I'm going to bring the NASDAQ profiles up. So this is last Thursday. Here it is. Market opens in range and in value. The early value was probably about here. Well, what Ryan is talking about is, when does it become okay to buy above value for continuation? When does it become okay to sell below value for continuation? So we don't know what's going to happen. Almost similar to the S&Ps, the market opened, the best trade location was right at low of value from the previous day, the TPO low of value. Okay, if we saw that, we may have been able to respond at that and then take a move back to the upside. The high of the initial balance, the high of TPO value. When does it become okay to look for trades above the current value at that time, which was probably from about here to here, just eyeballing it? Remember, the value area in TPO is where 70% of price, where 70% of the time is spent price-wise. So price was spent maybe 75% here to here. Great. we know value is here. Value is inside the previous day. The market breaks out and continues higher. This was something I was looking for on the way down today, which we can take a look at that as well. Look at this. The NASDAQ still hasn't taken out the low of the opening range today. So here's where it becomes okay. The market drives higher. We leave a low volume node. The volume starts to accumulate here relatively quickly. Value is probably still here. So it's when there is a change in the perception of value. A double distribution trend day is a good example of that, and that's exactly what we had on Thursday. By the end of the day, value had moved higher. So here's your volume. We built a volume area above 14,810. Yeah, right about here. Once you see this volume shell form, is that expectation of higher pricing? Well, it is, because if we leave these single TPOs in TPO profile, if we never come in and fill in this low volume node and these single TPOs become support. So that's when you might look at that and say, well, this market is rejecting current value and probably going to bring value higher, which by the end of the day is exactly what happened. So we had volume and TPO value here early in the session. When the market broke above, leaving a low volume node, here's your 810s right here. So now we start to build volume higher. Trading against this low volume node and these single TPOs can provide good trade location above current value for continuation to the upside. And again, by the end of the day, we saw value move higher. Ryan, I hope that you found this helpful. The thing is, Ryan and everybody, nothing is ever going to happen exactly the same way twice. It always seems like the market is always going to tease you. It's always going to tempt you. It's always going to kind of keep moving in similar but never exact ways, if you will. So do we know when the market breaks out and the next 30-minute bar opens up here and drives higher that that's what's going to happen? We don't. But because of the idea that we're rejecting balance, we're going from balance into imbalance, back into balance, is certainly going to bring value higher over time and over volume. The volume value area high is right here. So it's market trying to balance, leaving that area of balance, leaving single TPOs, leaving a low volume node, trading against that low volume node for continuation allows you, one, to limit the risk and to possibly get into a pretty decent situation to the upside. Once the high was in here, and what is this? FG period. Once the high was in, we just basically fell back into balance. So we were in balance. When we're out of balance, trading above value might be the right thing to do. And then once we get that kind of confirmation of low volume node and single TPOs, now we can start to look for opportunities to buy weakness in the current balance area. Let me look what we did on Friday. We opened, we looked higher, distribution, value was here. We broke out, low volume node, single TPOs. We started seeking balance where? Right back in the balance area from Thursday. Right back to that area. Traded right down to the low on Friday of the place that we were looking to buy it on Thursday. Okay, hopefully that helps, Ryan. Joe, I think I missed this. I think you sent an email prior, and I must have missed it. So this kind of goes back to the high volume node, low volume node theory. And everything is a theory. There's nothing that is scientific. Trading is as much an art as it is a science. So the first question, I was following you through Topstep TV last week. You sometimes mentioned you look for high volume nodes to place a trade, and sometimes you look for low volume nodes. Could you please explain when to use low volume and when you use high volume? So, all right, hang on a second. I want to find a good explanation for this in current time frame. So, in current markets. So, let's see what this gold chart looks like here. Okay, so this would be Friday. Okay, so I'm not really looking to trade at high volume nodes. I'm looking to trade somewhere between the high volume node and the low volume node. Is this a trade I would have taken? Probably not, because the risk is tremendous, right? So we're looking at, let's just call it 1880 up to 1884, 40, maybe even higher than that, because the low volume node starts here. We're talking about $500 of risk here. And I'm not going to probably take this because it's $500 of risk. But as an example, I think it's a pretty good one. We could even look at this day here as well. So when the market drove out of the early balance, the initial balance, the early range, there was very little volume and very little time spent here. Okay. So then we start accumulating some volume down here. Now we can't really see what the D period volume looked like, but we can see that it already started building volume at this level. So instead of trading on the high volume nodes, I'm looking to trade on what I call the volume shoulders, the high volume node to low volume node. Somewhere in here is my entry. Again, this is not a trade I would have taken because the risk was too great. I'm looking more for smaller amounts of risk, if you will, like, look at here, this is Wednesday, balance, imbalance, okay, F period, E period comes all the way down here. It starts to build volume. You can see it above the high of F period here. It starts to build volume. Well, here's a high volume node. Here's a low volume node. Somewhere between there and there is my entry. Now, this is a pretty low volume, high volume node, but it gives me enough to limit risk. What about down here? Okay, here's a price bar overlap, a distribution of volume of a low volume node into a high volume node, or a high volume node, or here. So when this happens and we start to build volume here, we have the single TPOs, we have a low volume node. So somewhere between here and here is my entry. If I'm going to be cheap, I'm going to try and get as close to this entry as I can, which would be right here, which I period gave us that opportunity. I, J, K, L, I mean, that gave us a $40 or $50, 50 tick opportunity, if you will. So it's not trading in low volume nodes. It's trading between high volume and low volume nodes. And again, what I call on the volume shoulder. We're going from the head to the arm there. There's a bit of a shoulder there. That's why I call them shoulders. It's a great question. Joe, what do you mean by mechanical levels and how to use them? So mechanical levels are created by shorter time frame traders who see the market trade to a specific level over and over again. So I'm going to kind of take a look back here and okay. Okay. Let me see if I can find a better example than that. All right. Let me try this. So here's gold, and we were in a period of consolidation for a long period of time. This might be actually better because we can put a whole bunch more. So here's our downside move. Okay, so mechanical levels. In the longer time frame, this is a mechanical level. We have low, a low, a low, a low, a low, all within a buck or two. So these would be mechanical levels. These are levels that short time frame traders will look for. Now, the market has to be in short time frame control for them to benefit you. They can also become targets, and they can also become breaking points when longer time frame traders begin to get into the marketplace. So we have a mechanical high here. We have a high, we have a high, we have a high. Well, it worked pretty well because we're in short time frame control. We have a mechanical low here, low, a low, a low. Every time the market gets down there, your short time frame traders are going to lean on this level. Well, the next day it breaks, we range, we put in a mechanical high and a relatively mechanical low. The market opens and then drives back into range. Okay, here's low excess high, low excess low. So mechanical levels are visual levels, and visual levels have a tendency to be respected by shorter time frame traders. Longer time frame traders, I don't think they really care much about visual levels unless they're actively adjusting inventories in the day time frame. So any weak high, any weak low that the market comes to, here's a mechanical level. The market opens, ranges. Every time the market comes down to this level or up to this level, you're getting short time frame buyers, short time frame sellers until it doesn't work anymore. And then you're probably going to see a bunch of stops, and then the market's going to continue in that direction. So, the fact that there's almost a ledge here, right? If it was more exact, I would call it more of a mechanical level. But this high is very mechanical. Boom, boom. So looking at mechanical levels, you can limit risk up against them. But just be aware of the fact that you're not the only player that's looking at it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So here's another question from Joe. He says, you frequently mention that this move was created by short time frame traders. How do you identify whether the market situation is created by short-term or long time frame traders, and how does it make it advantageous to us? Okay. Here's I'm going to go back to gold again because we just moved out of a situation, right, where we were really range bound for a long period of time. Okay, we had higher lows, lower highs. The market was largely short time frame controlled. How do we know? Well, volume is one thing. Volume was not really tremendous until we started getting closer to a breakout of the apex here. You know what? Maybe I can do this on this platform because it's already on there. Hang on a second. So here's gold. So here's the daily. Okay, the December contract. Contact. Look at the volume. As we get closer to the apex, it's pretty much just kind of falling off. There's the volume is lower. It wasn't until right about the time we started breaking out that the volume started coming in. You can watch volume and open interest. You see volume falling in a range-bound market with little change in open interest. You can tell by the open interest or by the small changes in open interest, or you can assume, you can hypothesize. We don't know anything for sure, right, Joe? So you can kind of hypothesize that the lack of volume and little change in open interest, this is short time frame traders just kind of moving back and forth. What happens is, and I've experienced this myself, I'm looking for the breakout above here. Get a whole bunch of short time frame longs trapped here. The market's going to rotate to the low end of balance. So we got too long here, we got too short here, we got too long here, too short there, too long here. And then finally we broke out. So what we should be seeing in a move of this magnitude is adjustment of inventory in longer time frame. Look at the volume. Volume has been increasing since the day of the breakout. What has been missing has been open interest. We've been kind of waffling as far as open interest is concerned, but Friday we added 5,600 in open interest. That's the actual number. Well, Thursday we had lost 2,800. So Thursday we lost 2,800 on a move where we should be seeing longer time frame traders adjusting inventory. The first part of this move, I think, was more about short time frame longs bailing out speculators, as well as some longer time frame. But Friday we added about 5,600 in open interest on higher volume. So finally, I think that this auction process goes from a C plus to a B plus, because we continue to see volume and open interest coming in. So when the market is range bound, you're probably looking at a much higher probability of shorter time frame control. Shorter time frame controlled traders trade to short time frame levels. All right. Whoops. Short time frame levels. Okay, now we've got some weaker structure above the market here. Okay, it would make sense that because we're not coming back and refilling these weak structure, that longer time frame began to come into this move to the downside up here. Okay, because we're not seeing the market trading to short time frame levels. What are short time frame levels? Points of control, gaps, value area highs, value area lows, swing highs, swing lows. Those are all visuals targeted by shorter time frame traders. So we've left a whole bunch of weaker structure above. This move was not organized. It was emotional. It still continues to show some pretty good emotion to the downside. We've got a gap we couldn't fill today. We got another naked point of control. There's all kinds of weak structure above. And when this market turns, it's going to target those. And visuals are going to be targeted by shorter time frame traders. So the assumption or the hypothesis that longer time frame or shorter time frame traders, how is that useful? Well, I'm going to show you something, Joe, that hang on one second. Spreadsheets 2022. There it is. Okay. So this is a really stark example of why it's important to understand if the longer time frame traders are present in the marketplace. This is information that I collect on a daily basis. Now, what this shows is the total volume, the open interest, the change in open interest, the closing price, the net change in closing price, and the regular trading hour delta at the end of the day, as well as value area direction. Okay, here, on February 4th, closing price was, well, let's go with February 3rd, 1804. On February 4th, we had a move to the upside that was congruent with direction. We lost open interest. February 7th, open interest increased, price increased, delta was negative. 8th, open interest increased, price increased, delta negative. 9th, open interest increased, price increased, delta negative. 10th, open interest increased, price increased a little bit, but delta was negative. Open interest increased again. So we're already within 7 trading days here. If that, we're up $40 in gold. Price moving higher, delta negative. Missed a day here. Price, we lost a little bit in open interest. Well, maybe a little profit taking there. But then we go right back to it. Positive delta, or excuse me, positive open interest, positive price, delta negative. Positive, 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 negative, 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 mostly moving to the upside, mostly moving higher. So we've gone from 1804 to 1907, 1910 in about two weeks. Now it really starts to scare people. Now we see delta positive. Open interest comes off a little bit, but price continues to push higher and higher. We traded up to 2043. Now, this started in February 4th. It's now March 8th. We've moved $100. Here's what that move looked like on the chart. There it is. So this is what that move looked like on the chart. Even if I didn't catch the long, even if I watched the whole thing, that information about open interest increasing as price continues to increase, even though volume was kind of waffling, there was no way that I was going to sell into this market with that knowledge. So as a day trader, it was extremely important for me to understand the context or the state that the market was in based on the open interest and the negative delta. Why was that negative delta so important to this situation? Because open interest increases, price increases against the more aggressive traders, which are using market orders to hit bids. Typically, one would think that a whole bunch of traders using market orders to hit bids would move price lower, but the opposite was occurring. The open interest increases, volume was kind of holding up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. but it was the fact that open interest was increasing with price and that the delta was negative, indicating short time frame traders fought the whole way up. And that's what we do. That's what we do. We fight. You don't want to fight. If I can avoid fighting, I'll look at anything that will help me avoid fighting. All right. Joe, I hope that that's a good answer for you. I'm not watching the chat right now. I'm trying to get through these questions, but how can I take being a good paper trader and translate it to live money? Not doing anything crazy in paper trading, but I can't see the setups in live money so much. You're welcome. Well, I mean, you got to think about what we had up here at the very beginning. I mean, this was a pretty good question. A lot of folks were asking earlier. It's the same thing. If you're successful in trading on a sim, if you can just take that same process and apply it in a more risky environment without changing it, you're going to be better off. And I can't tell you how to do it. Adding risk changes the decision-making process. It just does. But if you're able to go from end to end on this one, you should be able to go to end on this one, and you should be able to go end to end on this one. It's the same process, just the fact that there's more. So try and get your head wrapped around just doing what you say you're going to do and see if it works. Because if you never try it going crazy, you're never going to find out if you're going to be able to do this. Dominic, it was asking, is there a place where Topstep houses the education it shares on how certain strategies work? Most everything, Dominic, is on our YouTube page. And, there's some stuff on there that, like volume and market profile education. I'm not sure that you're here. All right, hang on one second. Playlist. So I'm going to put in two links. I'm going to put in two links. A second. The recordings are playing, so sorry about the noise there, but all right, hang on. Okay. And here is the second one. So these are two webinars that I did about introduction to the market profile and the auction theory and the auction process. I'm hoping that you're here, Dominic, but anybody is welcome to go ahead and check those out. I hope that they're going to help if you're trying to figure out how to learn more about market profile and volume profile. And over time, if you hang around, you're going to learn a lot about it. At least I hope, and I hope it becomes I hope it becomes something that you're going to be able to use moving forward and successfully. Okay, John is asking, he's confused about what's considered a down day in the NASDAQ. This morning in the prep, you mentioned that the NASDAQ had a down day on Friday with open interest increasing. On TradeOvate's market profile, I have value increasing over Thursday. On the 30-minute volume profile, I also show value increasing from Thursday. The bulletin on the CME shows settlement increasing from Thursday to Friday. Why did I call it a down day? You're right. You're right. Volume was higher from Wednesday to Thursday and Thursday to Friday. But Friday, the direction of the market inside of the profile was to the downside. Value, yes, was higher. 100%. Value definitely was higher. Was looking at the direction of the market throughout the day. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside. So I did not mean to say that it was a down day, but the direction of the day was to the downside. It did settle higher. Value was certainly higher. I was purely looking at the directional move of the day. All right. I would consider this value higher. You know, I at this point, I'm still thinking that I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness until we break the bottom of this bear flag. We're in a channel. Not so much in the S&Ps, but in the NASDAQ, yes. Okay. So you're right, John. It was value was higher, price was higher, everything was higher. But what I was thinking is, where did the open interest come in on Friday? We added approximately 2,200 in open interest. Well, it probably wasn't longs. It was probably shorts, probably new shorts. What do you think? So I'm not quite sure what to do with this, but Shifton was saying he got the email that asking if he wanted to remove his loss limit. And I think we sent that to a lot of traders because we get a lot of complaints that we have loss limits, and this is on a funded account. So you must have been doing relatively well. It wasn't a suggestion. It was just hey, if you wanted to do this, we would do that for you. It's totally your decision, of course. Okay. You don't have to change your loss limit. You can shorten your daily loss limit if you want to. I don't know what else to tell you. Sometimes when you give a person too much rope, they hurt themselves with it. And I feel bad about it, but you did it yourself. Don't be tempted, Shifton. I didn't want to say who it was, but obviously they know. Okay. So, you are in control of your destiny here. You've got the reins. Use them. But you're funded. All right, you're funded again, so you're good. I'm of course going to be bringing this feedback, and no matter what we do, somebody's always mad at us. But we're trying to through the feedback that we get, make improvements along the way. And we get it. Not everybody is going to appreciate it or stuff like that. So no, okay, yeah, all right, well, good. We don't want you to be mad at us, but when we loosen up risk, just because you can doesn't necessarily mean you should, right? Right. How much is considered too many trades in a day if you only take one contract at any given time? Just asking, because I usually take 10 to 15 trades a day, but only with one contract, but overall I make profit. Well, that's good, Tom. It depends on your time frame and the charts that you're using. If I were to sit and look at a 5-minute chart, I could probably find 30 trades that might look good and that I might take. But I've learned that that's not my modus operandi, if you will. Looking at the profiles in a 30-minute chart, if I take 3 to 5 trades in a day, that's pretty good. Any more than that, and I'm probably starting to overtrade. Okay. So again, 10 to 15 trades a day isn't that's not too much. And again, it depends on your time frame, your strategies, and the tools that you're using. But if you're overall making profits, you're doing something right. Okay, Jim's, the difference between end of day and settlement. What has more pull the next day in your opinion? So the best way to kind of show this is here's gold. Okay, so this is the 23rd of September. Hang on one second. 23rd of September. Let me see if I can get it on this. No, that was not the 23rd of September. Jeez, what the hell's wrong with me? Hang on a second. That was the 20th of September. I'm just trying to find a platform that will give the best example of this here. Okay, so the market opens, it rallies. Gold closes at 12:30. Settlement price on this day was probably 90.36. The last price was all the way down here at 89.24. Settlement is where the exchange marks margins. Used to be for the entire overnight. Now it's only for an hour. So, in gold, it can be drastically different. Now, when it comes to overnight inventory, I'm looking at where the market opened that night, right? So, here's today. Where did we open last night? 1700. We opened right here. Overnight inventory was short. If I take it off of settlement here, yeah, that's okay. Because, the market didn't move much after settlement. But settlement is the gold standard for the closing price of the previous day, because that's where margins are marked to. All right. All right. So it looks like we've got pretty much everything. Tom, oh, you're here. Oh, good. Tom, I'm glad you're here. Yeah. So you're a scalper, but if you're only taking 10 to 15 trades a day, you may be kind of bordering in a longer time frame trade, as a longer time frame trader. Now, I don't know how long your trades are. I don't know what you're looking at as far as, I thought I was going to say that, man. I was going to do that today. I may have to do that on Wednesday because I'm kind of running short on time. Anissa, my pleasure. So, yeah, I mean, if a scalper only taking 10 to 15 trades a day, I'd say you're probably looking for a little bit bigger bites than that. Ismail, I apologize. I did mention journaling and adding emotion to your journals without having to write a book, and I think we may have to do that on Wednesday. Are you going to be here on Wednesday, Ismail? I hope you are. But you can always kind of watch it on YouTube as well. The more trades I make, the more mistakes I'm going to make, it feels like. Yeah, sometimes, right? Okay, Ismail, good. Gabriel, I don't use a trading journal app, but my journaling is a little bit different than most. And again, we're gonna take a good look at that on Wednesday during group coaching with me. Again, Wednesday next week at noon. All right. So, Jack, do you have some winners? No problem. I didn't know if you were ready or not. Paul, it's my pleasure. All right. What do we got here? Hemp chat, my pleasure. Jim's got a couple of trading journaling apps. I'm still old school. I'm still, I have my clipboard and my pencil and my pen, and that's how I continue to do my journaling.
Hey, Hoag, there I am.
There he is.
JD was working the box, getting those reps in. I announced in the chat that the winners were Top Boy and Drew.
Oh, okay. I did not see that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I will get out of here and let you sign off. And JD, you can continue to control the box and shut her down.
All right. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, JD. Thank you all for everything you guys are doing. Thank you, as always, for joining me. I hope that you found something useful from today's group coaching session. And as always, remember, this is difficult. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to somebody else. Say a prayer for peace. And we will see you tomorrow morning again for the opening call at 8 o'clock. Looking forward to seeing you then. Have a great rest of the day.